Is that? Yeah, there we go. Folks, I've made a decision. I'm getting rid of my Go XLR. Ugh. Literally, my Go XLR just decide to punt it. Like every once in a while, it'll literally just stop creating sound. So, yeah, I think I'm going full Elgato, and it'll probably be as soon as the new year here. So, McCurndy, thank you for bringing that up. Now I can see the literal levels coming up on my screen. So, Adam Cole, baby. This is fucking awesome right here. You want to talk about a win already? Yeah, Chad, who do you. By the way, Homer, good to see you here. Sorry, we had a little bit of controversy off the start here. The fact that my audio decided it didn't want to play today. Damn it. First, I forget to turn on the YouTube feed. Then I forget to check the audio volumes here. It's been a stream already. And we're literally not even 10 minutes in. But, yeah, who do you guys got for the Continental Classic? Like, it almost feels like this might be a Takeshita match, but also Moxley Okada is a match that I would be dying to see. Even if Okada retains again. All right, no, in honor of Adam Cole, we got to get this out here.
You know it's all about the power!
There we go. We got to definitely. And you want to talk about, like, throughout the night, we're going to be going through and talking about the best of AEW this year. And always got to hit the thumb thing when you hear it. Absolutely. If you want to talk about positive things to come out of 2025, you want to talk about making something positive out of something negative, look at the two in the ring right now. You got Hyan and Maya World, who basically took a match after Nixon Newell and Miranda Ali said, "That don't work for me, brother," and literally just ran with it. And now it looks like they're getting a contract out of it. Missed the frenemy story with Adam and MJF. If only that injury. Well, they were pulling the trigger on the Devil storyline anyways, so the breakup was about to happen regardless. It just sucks that the well, it's not just the injury, it's injuries. Because not only did you have Adam Cole's ankle that caused a bit of it, you also had the injuries to MJF, who had to step away after we had the match with Samoa Joe at World's End 2023. Unfortunately, that's the thing about AEW that's probably the biggest negative as you go through is, and you know what? When you actually look at the facts, there isn't real facts to back this up. But if you look at the injury stats, it's more towards there is the same percentage of people injured in AEW as there is in WWE. Biggest thing right now is there's more wrestlers signed to AEW, so the number could be larger, but the percentage could be the same. So it sucks that you get through these stretches where people All right. This is an interesting spot. Literally, Hyan literally just sticking the boots over as, or decking the boots every time she tried to stomp. That's something we haven't seen in a while. Yeah, what happened was absolutely insane. Adam's ankle injury put a pause to the whole thing, and then when they were able to bring it back, it was. Well, the thing is, when you bring him back for an injury like that, he was going to be a face. In the Devil storyline, he had to be a heel. So, essentially, that's where it goes there. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough into the mic. I was trying to cough aside. DLW, good to see you here tonight. All League graphic tonight for Hyan and Maya? I think so. You want to end the year on a positive note, that probably would be the sort of the cherry on top kind of thing. Well, I'm over a minute. Well, according to my clock, I am 20 seconds ahead of the feed. And also, it's an internet thing, right? Because I got to feed out. Like right now, my clock says 47:15 on the screen. On my TV, it says 47:30. So the clock is also a little bit ahead, too. It also depends on where you're getting your feed from, too. So I'm getting mine directly off Amazon here. You can watch this on YouTube, and there probably will be an extra delay on the YouTube. Adam Cole could have been one of the best of all time, but injuries have held him back as old. I still, in many respects, I think Adam Cole, instead of calling him a GOAT, you call him one of the most underrated of all time because of it. Not because we don't know his ability. I'm on YouTube, couldn't figure out how to get it on HBO Max. Yeah, we don't get that option down up here in Canada, so I'm on Amazon Prime personally. I'm hoping you're getting the pay-per-view through HBO Max though, because that would be. I believe in the States though. Actually, it is split up into the two parts. Amazon just has it on both because, well, they have two separate feeds set up. You still get the pay-per-view cheaper than the US? No. Well, I haven't checked the conversion rates. My bill, and I literally just paid it a couple hours ago because I'll be the idiot that forgot to buy the pay-per-view. Including taxes, it was $56 Canadian. So let me do the quick math for you guys. Would have been $40. So basically, we're getting it for the HBO Max fee if you have Max and getting it for that. So it is pretty on par. So yeah, it's about the same. I can't see TK putting it that much more. I know a lot of people, and they were talking about this about Dynasty. There's a little bit of a controversy coming up about the tickets for Dynasty. And the fact that everybody sees the ticket price is so much higher than what you see in the States. And we're like, yeah, because they're talking in Canadian dollars. And our Canadian dollar is roughly 73 cents American. Yeah, we're just over 73 cents American right now, so you're probably looking at something crazy like that. Oh, I remember when it was about even myself. Oh, God. Are you kidding me? She hit cold blue, but she couldn't get the pin because it wasn't legal. For once, they actually figured that out. And the Sisters of Sin finally get a win, where they haven't gotten a win in forever. They needed it. But Maya and Hyan, like, they definitely, once again, knocking it out of the park over and over and over again. They're not they're not doing anything to definitely sour themselves here, that's for damn sure. Do I think they got the contract? They probably already have one. They just haven't announced anything formal. As we get into the Hangman Page storyline here, when it comes to the world title and basically setting up the four-way for tonight. All right, chat, I'm going to throw this out here. I'll be asking at the beginning of the pay-per-view, too. By the way, welcome to both of you, both on YouTube and on Twitch, who are on there right now. I just want to ask, what match are you most looking forward to tonight? Like, I think the women's tag is actually going to be sneaky good. I think the CC final is going to be about as exciting as can be. I honestly feel nobody's looking for Moxley Okada until they actually get it. As crazy as it sounds. If this would have been 2 years ago, Moxley Okada would have been a match everybody would have been seething over. Statlander Hayter is going to be decent. I don't know how it's going to work out because it feels like it's been pushed together a little bit too much, and I'm a Statlander and Hayter fan. So hey, GYV out of PPV. Hoping for Takeshita Fletcher. Oh, Protosheeta exploding would be absolutely amazing. And matches that I want to see, any combination of these four is absolutely going to be amazing. The only thing is Fletcher and Okada we've seen already. I wouldn't mind a rematch on that, but God bless Eddie Kingston. Eddie just said to hell with it. I'm taking both of them out. I don't care. Oh my God. Excalibur, it's grizzled young vets, not good young vets, you dumbass. But yeah, I'm in terms of that. The thing about the Continental Classic is we're not going to get a bad match out of the bunch, no matter which way you go. Like there's obviously four different ways we can figure this will happen. Like literally, you could have Okada and Fletcher again. You could have Okada Moxley, which will be sneaky good. You could have Takeshita, Moxley, which will be absolutely a barn burner. It's called a classic for... Well, have we had a bad classic yet? Last year, there was a little bit of a dispute just because it feels like there was a foregone conclusion that Okada was going to win. Even though, what was it? It was Okada Ospreay, right? For the finals? Because, yeah, it was Fletcher and Ospreay in the semis, so... All right. Question for you, chat, and this is because I'm seeing this up on the Amazon feed. I don't know if it's coming on the YouTube feed. But these little pop-up ads that they have for Shop AEW on Amazon, do you prefer those over the ring advertisements, or would you prefer the other way around? Have all these ads on the side of the ring? As long as you're not completely overabundance, like they are on Twitch. Which, by the way, we're 5 minutes away from our first set of ads here tonight. I'll try and work it out so we get some extra ad breaks in between matches so that, you know, you guys don't have to worry about it as much. But yeah, just as we're going through this tonight, like we got a lineup of... There's so many stories that can be told tonight. Even in the mixed nuts match. Which I still say Toni Storm's the one that did it for it. If you have an ad blocker that you can ignore the digital ones, ads on the ring completely ruin the aesthetic. That's fair. That's completely fair. I understand. I come from like watching MMA, watching boxing. It's to the point where I don't even notice it anymore. I did find it cool that City of the Wolves was a centerpiece for WrestleMania Night 1. Which I do recommend still checking that game out if you haven't already. Nice top rope lung blower there. But yeah, as we're running through this card, like, I do find it hilarious whenever Paul gets demolished on top of his own pride bottle. See, there's always good things to it. The advertising. You guys are going to see, and I know I'm going to be doing some shameless plugs tonight as we go through this, but we're starting Backbreaker Wrestling. It's most likely going to be happening Wednesdays after AEW Dynamite. It's our little e-fed here over on the channel. I've already done the ring up, and the middle of the ring's literally a logo. And that's it. I like to keep it like AEW. The only difference is my ring's black. I like to keep everything nice and black. There's no blood anywhere. Love the slap fight. Oh, McCurdy, do you have 2K25? I've actually been advertising it since the beginning of December here. If you have 2K25, if you have a creative character, just let me know. As Eddie just got the spinning back fist. It's character creations you get. You can do that on any console. So I'm on Xbox myself. All right, I got a feel we're going to see somebody out here right away. There he is. Ortiz is back at AEW. Let's go. Thought it was Gen Specific, PS5 and Xbox X and PS4. I do believe the I just believe the community creations tab, you could load up on any of them. Because it's all about assets, right? So but let's not jump past the point here. I thought this might happen because Ortiz has been working some indie shows, but we got Ortiz back at AEW. And if you're not familiar with Ortiz, one half of LAX, the other half is the former TNA heavyweight champion, Mike Santana. Basically, Ortiz got injured just as they were breaking up and hasn't been back since. Universe for someone on PS5, and my friend had to make my character because I'm on PS4. Oh, okay. Basically, load it up onto. Oh yeah, PS4 doesn't do community creations, does it? Give me the information on that character that your friend had, like his creator name or whatever. Just either send it to me, either DM me on socials or in the Discord or whatnot, and I can see if I can download it. I'll add you to the roster. Okay, fair enough. Hey, speaking of community creations, Mr. Zodiac, how you doing tonight? We've already gotten one surprise tonight on the pre-show. Ortiz, the the member of the former LAX is back and he's helping out Eddie Kingston, so maybe he'll be a little bit more reliable than Hook as a tag partner. By the way, how's everybody's weekend going? I know we're popping it late here, but okay, yeah, send me the details and we will they let Homicide lose? They didn't let Homicide lose. Jay Quick, that's Ortiz there. No, you could imagine Homicide. Homicide would not be coming on to a pre-show with simply just a bowling ball and a sock. He literally would be, I got a feeling that he'd have something a little more pointy and a little more bloody available, so. By the way, everybody, just great seeing everybody piling in here tonight. We are, you know what's fun? And you know what's great when you have literally people diving into a pre-show rather than waiting for a main show. Like, a pre-show is basically supposed to be like, all right, everybody get used to it. Sold out. Nothing big going on here. Tony Khan's just booking like an extra episode of Collision tonight. We've already seen Mitchie. Speaking of people flying in here. Twitch side is flying in here. YouTube side's flying in. If you guys are on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up if you can. Help us out that way. Oh, balls. All right, so if you haven't heard, this is going to be a bit of an insane match. Mark Davis, Rocky Romero, yes, another Don Callis member, group of members, taking on Bandito and Mascara Dorada. You tell me that isn't a crazy matchup? Seriously, Davis looks like he's drunk coming down to the ring the way he's stepping right now. The fact he can't do anything but keep his arms up like that. So, for those that missed it early on in the show, where's Trent been injured? Pretty sure he's still out injured right now. Yeah. Well, water's wet. Trent gets injured. It just seems like more common stuff, right? Like that's why Trent also has the question mark, right? Trent, Cage, and Wardlow are all injured. Yeah. Thank you for saying water is wet. Hey, you know what? I take care of the very important details. And go Canada, go. Yeah. Just surviving Latvia 2-1 in overtime. I hope that doesn't come back to bite them. For the simple fact that, Ty still gave his 8 points. So many people say water isn't wet. And it makes you... Who says water isn't wet? Saying water isn't wet is like saying Doug Callis is smart. Well, like we both know that ain't the fact for either one. Yes, folks, that is a good moment right there. But yeah, with the amount of time that Bandito spends in Mexico, along with Rocky Romero and, of course, Mascara Dorada is a CML champion right now. I think Mark Davis is going to be a hell of a post for all these guys, like a guy that's able to... A lot of your friends argue with you over it. Why would they...
What the hell is that?
May I just throw that out? Oh, God, they're just showing the bacon... The Bacon Brawl combo. Have you guys got a chance to check out... Have you guys checked out the commercial with AEW taking over a White Castle for a day? Saying water isn't wet is practically saying Bret Hart is the GOAT.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
I'm saying that as a Canadian and an Albertan because, well, frankly, half of Alberta will argue with you on that. The other half just don't watch wrestling. But yeah, this seems to be like a good... Oh my God. Drop fares in the Outback? Oh. Laugh Alberta needs to get their facts...
Never! Never! Never!
Oh, we're getting fired up. Hey, how you doing tonight? Get the tables. Sorry to hear that you're not going to be able to stream tonight. I saw your post there, and I feel you exactly what you're feeling about. I know personally I've actually had to book tomorrow off because of it. Half my vacation days are burnt out through wrestling, so... Because I work in retail and I work Friday to Tuesday, so... It's actually been a very nice day to take a day off because literally... At some of our stores that I work at, we have drifts literally up to my waist. Like, we got a dump of snow yesterday that I would say at least consistently all the way around, there's at least a foot everywhere. Usually able to take PTO for Sundays, but I couldn't. That's why I loved AEW on Sundays. So I'm off. That's fair. And yeah, like, I don't mind either one, to be honest. All right, Houston won. We got that there. Houston I'll get from my old account. I think it was his stream when Adam Cole was revealed as a devil. That's fair. But do yourself a favor, McCurney. Make sure you follow him again. Yeah, nice storm last night. Supposed to get a rave storm tomorrow. That's snow on Monday. Good times on Ontario. It's funny because as I've had my days off work, the warmest day that we've had in the last few days would be, I think it was -17, -18 Celsius, which is right around 0 Fahrenheit for you Americans. And then, yeah, by tomorrow, when I go back to work Monday, it's supposed to be already almost 0, which is low 30s for us. So I've been sitting in my apartment for 5 days while it's freezing cold outside, and I get to go out to warmth for my first 2 days back. So I consider that a huge win. But yeah, folks, fill in with Get the Tables. We were talking about this earlier, but who do you guys have winning the tournament? Personally, I think Okada wins it again. I know it's crazy, but I think Okada wins it. I think he beats Moxley. Because they don't want to waste the Takeshita exploding match. And I was saying it off the start of the show. Okada Moxley is a match that I think all of us have wanted to see about 2 years ago. And it's one of those matches that we when it comes to a match like that, we're looking at a possibility of we'd love to see Moxley just. I think Mox has changed everybody's opinion on him a fair bit. Oh yeah, it's amazing watching the Buccaneer streams as we go along. It's almost like watching some people on X talking about the Chargers. The Chargers and Texans game today. By the way, good win by the Texans. That way the Bills are still in a shot for first place overall in the AFC. They need like 6 things to happen, but step number 1 is done. Oh. Oh, I thought SRS was reporting the AEW graphic for Maya and Hyan World, but love the Bills, huge fan. Well, Josh Allen, like, he is that ultimate do-good guy. You got, well, what? He's engaged to Haley Steinfeld. He's getting a kid soon. Seems like I'm not as dull in the head as people. Well, it's only your opinion of Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart that where you're a little. You might have taken a few too many chair shots. I'll be honest. I either one is like, ugh. I love Alan, but I'm jealous of Engage because his wife's one hell of a woman. Yeah. It's just such a point counterpoint with a lot of the big quarterbacks now. Well, this is over. Bandito with a 21 plex. It's even. I do find it funny for everybody that that's the reason I don't say greatest of all time, and we could debate this, and you know what? There is no real right answer. There's so many different answers going through, and nobody's officially wrong or right. Oh God, we're doing the clone ad. So are we actually going to get Clone out here to do something? Oh, he's coming to Collision in... Okay. The only people who are wrong are the ones who say Bret Hart.
You idiot.
I'll just throw that there right now. I can't give Michaels the... I can't really give him the GOAT status simply because of his attitude during that whole era with the screw job and prior to it. When somebody's as much of a shithead as he is for as long as he was, you cannot be considered the GOAT. Because when you're considered the GOAT, you have to be GOAT in, out, around the ring. That's my only thought. Bret Hart is not in the same GOAT territory either because he couldn't talk himself out of a wet paper bag. So you think we're getting Bandito and MJF for the title? I think so. Here's my thinking, and I'm going to throw this out here 4 hours ahead of time. If it happens, I will absolutely go nuts. MJF gets the title. However, the final thing we see tonight is Bobby Lashley coming out after MJF, after the match. So Bandito still has the match against MJF, but Bobby's the one chasing MJF for that title. That could be very well the fierce feud. Hey, TJ, how you doing? So yeah, if you were late, this match was announced like 10 minutes before the pre-show, because as per pre-show rules, Tony Khan typically takes a look at who showed up. Okay, you guys are all getting a match. You here. And we're on our way. But yeah, we're getting The Demand and Josh Alexander against Jet Speed and Jurassic Express. About to eat some dinner? Nice. What everybody have for dinner tonight? Because I'm assuming most of you on the East Coast have already eaten tonight. I had an late lunch, basically a late lunch, early dinner kind of thing. Couple pork chops, some chips to go with it. Yes, I know, real bachelor's meal. But, and no, McKerney, like, I'm with you. Like, if his attitude would have been a little better before. Shout out to the Chicago crowd. The missus is making sun with chicken. Hey, that's always about us. A little extra chicken. Clip the dinosaur's nuts first. Well, Bailey got rid of the title at least. Nice little boot to the face here. All right, folks. Do we think this match goes into the pay-per-view like they usually do? Holy crap. That is a very nice suplex right there. What are they doing with the dinosaur? Well, at least we know the whole story of this one. The first 10 minutes is everybody else getting beaten down until the fact that our favorite dinosaur shows up, gets a hot tag, and ruins everybody. So everybody can do the Bananarama dance to end the pre-show. Barney is not everybody's favorite dinosaur. Unless it's everybody's favorite dinosaur to shoot or something. Ricochet just turning into a lawn dart at this point. Luchasaurus turns into Killshot. Magically backstage. Here's a question for you, chat. We got this street fight with the Bang Bang Gang, right? FTR, the Bang Bang Gang. Do they bring out Christian Cope after the match tonight? Win or lose? Because that feud still... Oh, God. Like, what do we get for surprises tonight? Do we get a whole bunch of surprises? I think we're getting a couple tonight. I already talked about Bobby Lashley showing up. Say Christian Cope come back of the year. That makes sense. I think the other guy that we get as a surprise tonight, and it was hinted just a little bit on Dynamite this week. Kenny Omega said there was something he should have dealt with months ago. I think it was because illegally he couldn't. But now we can. I think we get Kenny Omega, Andrade El Idolo tonight. I think there's a very high possibility of that match happening. Because you do notice that there's a few less matches on the card tonight than usual. Did he just say Intercontinental Champion? Did he just say Intercontinental? How many Fedites are going to be nearly crapping themselves right now? Granted, I wouldn't mind just the one belt after this and be done with it. I'll never know. I finally got rid of X. Hey, all the power to you, my friend. I'm glad you did. I keep it. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. As long as you don't take it as seriously as everyone else does and use the mute button a lot. I do watch a fair bit on Blue Sky myself personally. So, did you guys see the biggest clip that's been? And I know McGee, you haven't because you obviously don't have X. But the biggest clip from this week that's come down. It's only as bad as what you look for, exactly. And I love hanging out with you guys. That's what I'm basically looking for, and that's what I get, and I'm more than happy with it right now. But did you guys see the most popular clip from the week's wrestling here in AEW? It was the clip of Ricochet doing the Macarena. That was false. They fed me shit ever. It's on your feed for a reason. There's an algorithm. No, when Ricochet was doing the Macarena, to which Bandito decided to slap the living ever-loving piss out of the back of his head, that's the thing that set it off. Well, you get paintings and anime stuff. Hey, that's cool. Zero boobs in your algorithm. Well, you're not looking enough for them. I have tons of, yeah, likewise. Real and fake, depending on which way you want to look at it, but. But how about the shout out to AEW for tonight? Like, this is a legit sellout. Like, they weren't giving comps to anybody. And they legitimately sold out the building tonight. I know it's not the United Center, it's not 19,000, but it's still pretty damn impressive. And it's going to be interesting now because now every Saturday they're going to be at they're going to be in Arlington at the complex for January, right? They got another in-service there. Blue Sky is just politics. What I do, anything other than who I follow. It's like Facebook in 2010, but with people I actually don't know. That's fair. Most of my Blue Sky is wrestling. Because as soon as I see anything directly politics related, it's usually a mute. And once you start muting on there, you do see your algorithm disappear rather easily. Just too old to care about. That's fair. I care about it because while I'm on here, right? And I love talking to all you guys. Muted so many accounts of blue. That's fair. Oh, I thought Perry was going to get the quick victory here. Might have set up a match for Wednesday. Because you got to assume they're going to want to do the Bananarama chant. My God, do I love that pickup and takedown like that. Ricochet doing that quick flip, fireman's carry into a Death Valley driver. So apparently they said they're doing Okada and Takeshita first. If I caught that right. Of course, Luchasaurus needs music to bring himself back up. Oh, God. This is so cheesy, and I love every second of it. Notice they're just keeping the music on because they know it's just going to be... Oh, I thought they're going to keep it on. Well, that was minutely dead. Oh, the Busaiku knee. So is this going to line up Perry for a title shot against Ricochet? I think so. I think it has to, doesn't it? All right, crowd, let's get back in tune here. Like, when you're doing it, you're supposed to all do it one way, then all do it the other. You You don't flip back and forth like that. Okay, so now you want the teams to go right past the three of them up on the ramp, right? So yeah, if you haven't got a chance to check it out, I'm watching it on Prime Video tonight. So I actually tried to look it up through the regular cable provider, and unfortunately, the cable provider did not provide anything available. So apparently, even though they flashed all their screens earlier, but glad they didn't do the last 0 hour match right to get to the main show. Yeah, maybe. I personally, I don't mind it happening sometimes. Bell has it starting at 7. Oh God. I'm with Telus, and for some reason, Telus, like, I literally looked up on my channels at about, well, I was mentioning off top of the show, I almost forgot to buy the damn pay-per-view. So I went and looked through my cable provider, and they literally didn't have anything listed tonight, which a little frustrating, but at least I got Amazon Prime to go through with it. So hopefully they don't kill the feed early. Do you think Mercedes and Athena win the titles? No. I think this is more of a convincing victory for the Babes of Wrath. You got to get that established win, not just the. It almost feels like this could be like a coronation kind of match, because Mercedes is the tag team specialist, and she was showing her history of tag team wrestling on the socials today, and I understand a lot of people had that. So, and I think we are going to go that way, McG. The Athena Mercedes, because Mercedes is going to blame Athena, Athena's going to blame Mercedes, and that's where we're going to start getting into a little bit more of a feud there. They're bringing out the commentary team and just... I love this crowd already. Chicago's crowd's always famous for stuff. Good, bad, or otherwise, they are usually a pretty passionate crowd, as long as you pace them out properly. Like, let's face it, the 3-week in-service in Chicago, because there is so much other stuff going on, sort of meh to it. All right, if you haven't picked it up through your cable provide or your pay-per-view expert, you better do it now. We are on a... This is going to be a pretty epic night, folks. Sorry, I just throw that there. Yeah, I just want to mention, just before we get going, thank you for being here. The Brantford Bulldog guy's one of the commentators thing. He's at every damn show for some reason. I don't know how. I wish I had that kind of money. But yeah, as we're getting the pay-per-view fired up, I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here. Whether you're watching on, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe and the thumbs up. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you've hit the follow. And just a reminder, if you're interested at all, gift subs of 5 or in groups of 5 are 35% off for the remainder of the week. I believe it's until Friday. So in Canadian terms, normally they're $35 for a group of 5. This week they're $25. So Santa got me tickets. He's AEW's green shirt guy? Absolutely. I just want to know what. I just want to know how these people afford it. That's all. But I know a lot of content creators actually made it out to the show tonight, which, oh, fuck. Somebody give me a damn cigarette already to start the show. They were right. They are starting with Okada and Takeshita. All right. Folks, I'm going to do this for we don't usually do a lot of these, so let me let's see if let's throw the predictions out here. I know some people want to waste some points, so this one is probably the biggest pick'em that you can get in terms of who do you think is going to actually win this thing? And this is one thing that I really do enjoy overall is the fact that with the C2, and realistically over the past few years, I think the first one was a little predictable because we all wanted to see Moxley and Kingston go at it in that first one. But since then, like the last 2 years, literally any of the four people in the semis could have won it, right? Could you imagine if this is a draw and they end up having to, the winner of Fletcher Mox ends up being the winner? Think this is the night Okada loses? Well, put your money where your mouth is if you're interested, Jay Quick. And not your money, your points. Let's just get that straight here. There's no money on the line at all. I just know there's people with crippling gambling addicts that would like to be a part of that stuff. Oh, here we go. Betting's going back and forth here, folks. Like right now, the smart money's on Takeshita. It's 2/3, 1/3 right now is the way it's set up, so. Oh, Callis doesn't have to make a decision. He's been making a decision for weeks already as we're going through this. Like, Takeshita literally has been going at it this by himself, while every time Okada's out there, you got Callis everywhere. Love how Renee does pre-match analysis. Absolutely. They wanted to treat the C2 like an actual sports competition. So Renee's out there actually just like Jackie Rebin would be ringside or rinkside. Sorry, let me get that straight. Hey, Mr. Vic, how you doing here tonight, sir? Hope you're doing well. Holy Wrestling Weekend. Oh, you missed a lot. You missed a lot of fun. Carmelo winning the U.S. title, you got to bring it up because it is definitely a bonus. It's a plus. It's something that we're looking forward to. And now with AEW, like, fuck, if you didn't see Wednesday and Thursday, even though you're seeing what you're basically getting spoiled how things ended up finally, do yourself a favor. Like, look at this chart. Like, this is how everything ended up at the end. Like, literally, if you were watching on Thursday, you literally could have had, he got eliminated in 3 minutes. That was a hell of a story. Roderick with the upset, which absolutely was insane. Bailey going 19 and a half minutes with... Yeah, World's End is starting right now, Vic. we got Takeshita and Okada on our screen right now. So I would highly recommend you find your pay-per-view provider and load up. Ooh. But yeah, if you're looking through this, like literally everybody had a shot. And then just those two ties, like it did a lot to settle things down. Listen to this crowd, just they know what they got here. Oh, and you have everybody has a provider on speed dial, sir. You take that whatever way you want, but I'm just saying, like I said, Amazon Prime is on your phone. If you really want it, right? Once again, just a reminder, we just are 5 minutes in. Hot MILFs are in your area. Make sure you hit the right button when you're trying to subscribe to the right thing, okay? You've been told. Sorry, I'm getting used to the soundboard tonight. After the beginning of the stream tonight, where my Go XLR decided, no, I don't want to work, until I cut its power off and said, okay, fine, I'll work. Nats, we are going pretty nuts so far. We got the return of Ortiz during the pre-show, coming out to save Eddie Kingston against the Grizzly Young Vets. Sisters of Sin got a win. Yes, that Ortiz. Ortiz is back in AEW. Yeah, it was Zach Gibson versus Eddie Kingston. Eddie won with the spinning back fist, and then both GYV members were choking out Kingston when Ortiz came out with the bowling ball in the sock. Or not the bowling ball, the cue ball in the sock to save him. You like how they're doing the running bottom third on this? Just showing everything about what's going on, about how these guys got there and whatnot. Adam Cole cut a promo on the predictions and said you will see a lot more of him in 2026, which is about as good of a horn as you're ever going to get here. Cole didn't show up on the show. He did it remotely. He's doing it from home. I can tell because it's the Twitch setup that he's got. But yeah, if you're interested, the predictions are still available right now. It wasn't in his stream. It was in his stream setup. It's like when I do an interview, I do it from this spot as well. So, which hopefully in the new year I'll be changing around a little bit. But all right, oh my God. Somebody decided to throw some points out. Attaboy, Nats. Let's just say if Okada wins this, folks, the people that bet on Okada are getting paid. To say the least right now. Jesus. Oh, these guys going for bombs right away here. Like, I know we're talking about a whole bunch of different things here. Believe in the ace of pro wrestling. I don't know. Like, this one literally is a toss-up, folks. And the other thing you also have to look at is, like, you got Takeshita in just over a week's time. Next Friday. I believe he's taking on Yota Tsuji for the world title, the IWGP World Championship. And you have Okada in the retirement match of Tanahashi. Like, which man do you put over in this match? Which one do you consider more important? Like, they've already said that the main event of Wrestle Kingdom is going to be the retirement match of Tanahashi. Christian Cage in Bridgeport? I don't know. If he's in Connecticut, people might start worrying, and then they realize that WWE moved their facilities to Vegas. I remember back in the old days when anybody showed up for anything, for anything in the Connecticut area and down that fancy way, any wrestler showed up that way, automatically everybody was like, oh, they're going to talk to Vince. And this is back in the days when you guys were kids, so. All right, well, the predictions are locked in, and we got the people that picked Okada are getting 382 to 1 odds here. 382 to 1 odds. My God, this is going to be fun. But yeah, like, you got to hand it to Okada having to pull out that match against Speedball. Made Speedball look like $1 million. I really don't know if you want Takeshita to lose his temper, the way that Callis is saying it here. So, when we're going through this tonight, and I know that there's some answers that are, I know some answers I'll throw out here already that I know, but we're getting a dream match of this year. We're getting a dream match right now. As we move into 2026, what are some other dream matches that you want to see? And you know what? I'm not going to limit it to those that are in the company. You know, some people's contracts are up. Ospreay versus AJ, that would be hilarious. Bailey Mone, Bailey Dub and Mercedes, yeah, I think so. I would love to see it. I truly do feel, out of the things that we're going to see next year, I think we either get Davina Rose or Bailey Dub or whatever it is. Izzy Moreno and Monet? They might even do that on an indie show somewhere. Well, Zodiac, you know what you say, right? It's not the fact that you don't know how to spell her name. It's the fact you're trying to change your name so it isn't fetized. If you want the WWE version, switch the last E to a Y if you really want to know the answer. So we'll go from there. But you want Josh Alexander, AJ Styles, Jay Quick, that would be a fun match. For me, the match I want to see more than anything else, Bailey Mercedes teaming up to take on Toni Storm and Jamie Hayter. The match that we wanted to see years ago. If we get that tag match, I would rather see the Babes of Wrath get to take on that team just to, give them that official rub, or else give the titles up that way. But AJ versus Ospreay, yeah, that's the most home run match that we all want to see. And I just want to see, I want to see Ospreay able to come back. That's the biggest thing for me. Because if you're coming out with a neck injury after neck surgery, AJ isn't retiring officially. He's a wrestler. He'll be a Flair and bounce around the AEW after he taps to Gunther. I'd agree with you, except for the fact that AJ is so dead set concerned that he wants to be with his kids right now. And his kids are really in those formative years that, you like to spend some extra times with them. And then Jay Quick, you want Speedball Leon Slater? That would be a lot of fun. Oh, you got those for Hanukkah? Okay. Sorry, you just sent me a DM of a couple hockey pucks from Ovechkin's 800th goal. Or 900th goal, sorry. Yeah, his 900th goal. The one that called him the greatest goal scorer in all time. Well, DLW, I'm going to go... I'm just going to put this in our Discord right now. But there is some breaking news right now. But DLW, you were asking for it before the show. And now it's official. Hyan and Maya World did get their graphic. They got their official graphic tonight from Tony Khan directly. So to me, that let's just, while this match is going on, I still want to give it that for it's an absolute home run for Tony Khan. I didn't see in regards to Witch Nats. Oh, that they want a lot of people want Kenny in the world title picture. He should be, but do I think he should win? Maybe not. I like to see him run it back with MJF again. Tegan Knox most effective. Could you imagine what Tegan's got to be? Publicly, she's not going to say anything, right? But can you imagine how bad she feels the fact that she got screwed over? She screwed herself over. My God, how many pile drivers are we going to get here? Well, the people that took her place after her and Miranda Elise decided to do a that doesn't work for me, brother situation in a well, look out. That is a hell of a counter there by Takeshita. Sorry, jumping back and forth because we got a freaking amazing match going on right now at the same time. Like, this is borderline nuts. But yeah, Tegan and Miranda Elise, after working one tag match with Penelope and Megan Bain, we're supposed to work another one, and we're only going to be given 3 minutes against TJ in a tag match. And they basically did the equivalent of this doesn't work for me, brother. To which Tony Khan's response was, all right, well, thank you. No hard feelings. We'll find somebody else to do the position. And as much as she likes to say that they left on good terms, you can leave on good terms, but you ain't getting booked again. And the people that took her place, oh my God, Takeshita just said, Rainmaker, screw you. Okada got one Rainmaker. Now he's got to get he looks like he needs to get 2 or 3 before he gets this pinfall here. Oh my God, backslide reversal, backslide reversal. Boy, I mean, like these guys, like, I'm sorry, we gotta get back to this match right now because this is absolutely nuts. Counter reversal, counter reversal. Both shoulders weren't down. Jesus, what a shot. And an exploder drop kick. And Takeshita coming off. Another drop. Oh my God. I'm going to get to that in a sec here, McGee. Oh my God. Poison Rana by Takeshita. Let's go. Bam! What a knee. Ooh, only two. Only two. Only two. And Takeshi's like, how the hell do you kill this guy? Think we're at a tipping point where not all wrestlers think WWE is the only place and see AEW as a legit home? Absolutely. I think we're a year away. My opinion, we're a year away. 1 year. And the reason I say 1 year, with all these TV acquisitions, you get that one more TV deal. Anybody can get one TV deal. But once you get 2 or 3, you're known as legit. Okada with a screwdriver? The fuck did the referee literally turned around? This is a top this bitch type of match? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Nats, I'm sorry. That was a little messy of an ending. Oh, Nats, I just honestly, you don't want a clean ending with these two so you can have a rematch, right? To me, it makes the most sense. Yeah, sorry. I guess Amazon's just that much more ahead. Did set up a story. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, STG, I don't mind the finish. It's going to be a shitty finish either way. Like, you're not going to get a clean finish between these two, especially in a, like, you're going to have to do that on I promise you, I promise you, Vic, I will try to see if I can fix something out for you. It's some bullshit. Absolutely, it's bullshit. It's supposed to be bullshit. Everybody's supposed to hate finishes like this. Not only does it set up the story, but when you actually... What'll happen for match 2, they'll tease the spot again, but Takeshita will have a counter. Takeshita will win that. And then they'll go to a third match, which won't have it at all. And that's where we'll get this ultimate match that could be like a main event of an all-in kind of thing. Or a dream match, like the ultimate dream match, right? You keep your champion strong. you keep your IWGP champion strong. You give Okada the ability to continue the title reign as the United Champion through this. But yeah, like this could be, after this one, this is going to make things very interesting. So, and McGee, you can enjoy your points, but let's see how interested we are in trying to regain those points back. Attaboy, STG. Thank you for helping that out. All right, so that one's gone. Predictions are up for match number 2, folks. Fletcher and Moxley. And Fletcher's gone to the black gear tonight, so is this the first time Fletcher and Moxley have had a match? I do believe so, because Moxley's always been at that upper level. Oh, I'm fully aware how many points you put on Fletcher here. Wait, what the? Oh, look out. Walker! How the hell you doing, sir? I love the fact they got an automatic shout-out already set up for you guys. So if you guys aren't following Walker already and you're on this channel, I don't know what to tell you. Fellow Backbreaker Gaming member. Raises money for the Statlander Children's Hospital with every stream he does. Walker, did you get done the Diddy Kong All-Star Classic Ultimate Match card? Beat every course with all the craziness that went on there. You were getting a little bit frustrated on that one, but you seem to be gliding through most of it. Fletcher's got, yeah. The spikes on the side and the arms, that definitely is a shredder gill. Failed the challenge, but made it to WizPigs. Hey, that works. You know what? It's all about the try, and it's all about the money made. And for those coming in, welcome. My name is Mike the Ref. You hear a Walker talk about Backbreaker Gaming. I am the proprietor of Backbreaker Gaming, the YouTube channel. A bunch of us that just enjoy games, enjoy wrestling, enjoy a lot of things. I am a retired referee. I am a former pro wrestling commentator. And tonight we are watching AEW World's End right now. And yeah, Natch, just for following Walker, you donated $2 to the Starry Children's Hospital in Edmonton just for hitting that follow button. Simple as that. So if you guys get an opportunity, please do so. We've had a few surprises already tonight. Ortiz making his return to AEW, helping out Eddie Kingston during the pre-show. We had Adam Cole doing a predictions wrap-up of the Continental Classic from home during the pre-show. Our first match on the card was Okada versus Takeshita to get that dream match out of the way, and it ended in somewhat of an expected popcorn thump. Basically ended at thud, I think is the best way to put it. Popcorn fart, I think is the term we use. You had Okada end up using a screwdriver, and he ends up using a screwdriver to take out Takeshita with a shot behind the referee's back, where the referee shouldn't have his back to him whatsoever, but I digress. So yeah, Okada's going on to the final, and we're just getting started with match number 2 here tonight with Kyle Fletcher and Jon Moxley. So the winner of this takes on Okada later tonight for the Continental Championship. And just as a heads up for you guys, if you are following our Gap Backbreaker Gaming YouTube channel, today we actually released the last show of, or the most recent show of Extra Life Pro Wrestling presented by Walker Pipe Guy with Community Chaos. There's the term I was looking for here. It is an 8-person random tournament to determine the, I believe it's a golden ticket you get out of that. But either way, it's a lot of fun. Community Chaos from Game Day was there, yes. And I didn't get a chance to mention it to you during the stream, Walker, but next Saturday will be the expansion draft for the Blue Shell Hockey Club, where Walker takes members that donate to his community, puts them into an NHL 26 team, and they basically run through an entire season, which will be coming up on the Backbreaker Gaming channel here over the next few weeks. So you get a spin of the wheel, whether it's good or not, it's entirely up to the wheel. Exactly. So the draft is coming up this Saturday. Next Saturday will be the debut of the Blue Shell Hockey Club. Oh, good. More drunk pipe guy playing hockey. Yeah, basically, I'll give you a quick rundown on the gaming channel if you guys are interested. Tomorrow, it is a rundown of Fortnite with myself and HPC Bad Guys. One of our playthroughs of that. That'll be this Sunday and next Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is part of my playthrough of Horizon Forbidden West. Thursday is going to be a replay of tomorrow's stream where I rank all 20 games that I'm playing this year. They're literally just warming up in the match, so I got a little bit of time to breathe here. And then next Friday is WWE 2K25 My GM. And then, yeah, Saturday, Blue Shell Hockey. So, if you guys are interested, please feel free to check out the YouTube clips down the bottom. Or the YouTube links down the bottom here. But once again, everybody, thank you for being here. And switching back over to the match here, like, oh, and there's the gaming link. Sorry, thank you. Stream Elements just knows when to send things out. But if you guys are interested, like, as we're getting into this match here, the biggest thing you can tell is, like, picture Fletcher here last year. Last year, Fletcher was taking on Moxley, or sorry, he was taking on Ospreay, and he felt like he belonged, but at the same time, he felt like he might not have belonged. Like, not so much. It looked like he was just needed a little bit more time. By the way, we have 2 minutes left on the predictions challenge if you're interested. Moxley has nobody on him, so if somebody's putting out 30,100 points for Fletcher and nobody's bet on Moxley, so if you are that degenerate gambler type, at least put something down on Moxley. If you ask McGee, he put some on Okada and he paid out big in the last match, so. There we go, 10 points on Moxley. So right now you are getting 3,010 odds at this point for picking Moxley right now. You got to admit, taking this match to the outside like this is a real different dynamic than what you saw in the last match, right? Like, Takeshita and Okada are having that story that they're just telling everything in the ring. And let's face it, Fletcher, if he doesn't have the match of the year, he has one of the matches of the year this year. His match with Will Ospreay at Revolution. Inside the cage, where they literally started the match off with both of them facing off at the top of the cage. Oh, Moxley's caught. I know that's your match of the year. That's why I made sure I brought it up. Always got to make sure you take care of the friends, right? When would you do Takeshita Okada match too? I'd take my time. There's no reason to rush it, Jay Quick. Let's do it when the story makes sense about it. The other thing I'd like to do is wait until we actually have... I want to wait until Takeshita actually loses the IWGP World Title. Because if you're going to do it in a second if you're going to do a second match between these two, I don't want any extra stakes involved. I don't want the title involved, especially if it's another company's title. If it's the Intercontinental Championship, which Excalibur said was coming around, I want AEW to go to Japan. AEW will not go to Japan without New Japan's permission. I think the most that you're going to get for AEW in Japan right now is like last year's their co-branded show on January 5th. Like, I think that's the closest you're going to get right now to an AEW show in Japan. In Mexico and Australia. By the way, this week, one of the underrated things that has come up that got announced earlier is the fact that AEW is going back to Australia for Valentine's Day. So they're going to be there on the Saturday, Valentine's Day, for Collision. And then Sunday, they're doing one of their infamous dark matches, The House Always Rules. Or The House Always Wins, sorry. I just find it interesting that he would actually... He actually tried to hook the leg with the bad leg. I would hook it with the good. So he has to use the bad leg to kick out. Moxley bleeds by breathing. Excalibur's trying to make an excuse why... Oh, there's a cutter out of nowhere. Randy Orton, eat your heart out. So, oh God, here we go. He almost scorpioned himself there. I guess with Mercedes around, it's okay to do that, apparently. But I have to ask everyone here, like, in terms of AEW, actually, you know what? I'll throw it at any promotion. You can throw it out anywhere. Let's take out the Cody Cena heel turn. What are your favorite moments of the year this year for wrestling, period? I almost have to say one of my favorite. I know it's a match, but the second half of the All In main event. Like when you start having the Avengers come out to take out the bad guys, going across. Basically, it turned out to be everything that you wanted WrestleMania 41's main event to be. And WrestleMania 41's main event was pretty much... pretty much the setup, right? Hangman Mox was great. Absolutely. Like the story that was told throughout that entire thing. Hangman was a concrete hero. Absolutely. And the whole story of Hangman throughout the entire year, from winning the Continental Classic, when honestly, when I remember going off completely saying this is Ospreay's year. This is Ospreay. Ospreay's got to win this. And Hangman comes out and just shocks well, at least shocked me. Shocked the hell of a lot of people. But also the long-term storytelling of Mercedes Moné. The crazy booking of Kris Statlander. The fact that she finally gets in there and just, I'm not giving enough respect when she does. She takes it and runs. These two are going absolutely nuts at each other right now, and I love every second of it here. Just a heads up, we are about a minute and a half away from an ad break, so just be prepared. Will 2026 be the year that Athena loses the ROH Women? I think so. I think it's time that she moves up to the main roster. The AEW roster. I guess I shouldn't say main roster, but because with the talent that they have over in ROH, it's also going to be a very interesting year for contracts too, because oh no. Brainbuster on the apron. Moxley sitting up is just, I think it's just a knee-jerk reaction here. The ROH Women's Champ two women ago was Roxanne. Yeah. Do I think it's not necessarily a bad thing that they have one person as the ROH Women's Champion forever? 2026 could also be a bigger year for TNA with that new TV deal. This is their chance to get I agree with you, Jay Quick. I just don't have faith in it. I think that's the best way to explain it. Because when it comes to TNA, they always find a way to TNA these things up. Oh my God, Moxley got out of that. How did he get out of that? It's the best way, well, it could be, but then TNA, as you said, TNA's it. Yeah. Because if you look at it realistically here, TNA, the booking that they've done over the last 6 months, look at their top title and the way that they treated Santana throughout this whole thing. And now they've lost Joe Hendry. And we don't know how many people they've actually lost going into the new show on January 15th. Oh my God. Sorry, switching it up. he thought he could get it on the crab, and all of a sudden, now we got to switch to an ankle here. Oh my God, shout out to Kyle O'Reilly here with the ankle lock. This is absolutely nuts. Say this, a longtime fan, when it first came to Canada, it has some great moments, but the head scratching nonsense. Absolutely. Also, the question is, does Jericho show up on the January 15th show? So that's the miracle of camera work. Could you imagine? Like, I honestly think that Moxley was literally right by the ropes and he's just shaking up and down trying to get that. This is the Mox face turn. Yeah, absolutely. After tonight, I don't think Moxley will be the same. And it. And give full credit to Kyle Fletcher here on this. As much as it's about the Mox face turn, Kyle's the one doing it for him. Kyle is the guy that's creating this situation so well. Like, Kyle's being this over-present prick. And now he's going for the top rope brainbuster. A little bitey. That's Shaq Perry's move, though. Just trying to break things up here a little bit. I think it's better than anything. Better than Okada Takeshita. With all due respect, Zodiac, I'm going to have to wait till the end here. Oh, no. And Fletcher just landed right on his head. Like, we were talking about the Okada Takeshita fight being an all-timer. And then they brought out the screwdriver to get rid of that idea. Jesus H. Yeah. Fletcher's moving, so we're okay. But my God. That is borderline insane what he did there. Fletcher, without a doubt, is going to be the future of this company. Could you imagine, like, what was it? Year 2 when it was Omega? It was a... It was a 30-minute time limit, they said, even though they didn't get to it. Moxley kicks out at 1. Oh, my God. Here we go. Fletcher's face. This is freaking insane. That's how they got a show on New Year's Eve. Absolutely. They even did the zoom out to show the crowd on the 3. Oh my God, what great camera work there. Fletcher literally having a freak out moment right now. Mox is like, we are not done yet. These are the matches Dean Ambrose should have had in WWE. Sorry, I hate to vent on that, but this is the kind of stuff that he could have done there. You want to talk about all-time fumbles? This is definitely one of them. Moxley looking like he's blind. Moxley's like, you're going to kill me, kill me. We need to get the bird counter now. Fletcher planted the screwdriver. Fletcher planted the screwdriver and it's gone. What? Oh my God. Match-to-match storytelling. Oh, this could be it. Okada saying in the back like, yeah, you two keep going. If anybody wants to do a "This is awesome" chant, this is where you do it. Oh, he upgraded Depth Rider. All right, ended up on his head twice. Fletcher's got to get to those ropes or tap out, one or the other. Or he could get up to his feet. He's out. No. That's twice. Look at the face. Holy. This, I hate to say it, because I know I might take some flack, but I'm going to agree with an earlier comment tonight. First of all, points are shifting around big time here. Oh. When does he bring back Wild Thing? I don't think TK wants to pay for it. Zodiac just got richer. This match was millions of times better. Well, at least a little better than the earlier one. Now you're over 200,000 points. This is going to be interesting. McGee just coughing up points left, right, and center here. Jeez. And this is how you turn Mox into a face. Does Mox pull off the unthinkable? I don't know. But so much was told throughout this story. It even intertwined with the first matchup, which is even more awesome. The fact that Okada stole the screwdriver. And Moxley is in his second Continental Classic final. And the story now behind that is the fact that he has to do something that he couldn't do before and win it. Because last time it was Eddie Kingston. And he ended up losing there. Favorites are 0-2. Hey, you know what? Not a good night. You know what? I get it. Prediction-wise, it's absolutely horrible. I was talking about this in the pre-show. This almost felt like this is the match that we need to wait for. Because you don't want to use Takeshita too soon. That feels like a match that should be for the heavyweight title. And yeah, like this match here, we might not get that much further. All right, we're going straight into a tag. All right, we're going to go into a little bit of insanity now. I love the fact that we are now entering the territory of Fall That Boys. The thing is, Nats, Fletcher didn't tap. He didn't tap. He passed out. And that's the big thing. And I think that's more of a story than anything else, is the fact that he didn't tap. He ended up passing out to the point where Remsburg saw him not responsive after being responsive 2 times in a row there. Will Colton return tonight? I don't know. Because I think that could be a little bit of dissension with the fact that the brother's not involved in the pin. And I don't think we're really looking for any of that backwards indecision right now. But as we're getting into this match, there's one thing I want to do right now for these first two. Sorry, I had to approve that. All in all, tonight's been great, yeah. We know one thing, still don't get no hose. Well, Chicago hose even more so. Did Austin go full Casey Jones here? See if that was Austin. Thank you for the air horn. This match is going to be bloody. It's going to be violent. I think it's going to be a little crazy. That's for the first 2 matches. Like, I don't have the long cheer. I only got the short cheer out here. That's the sad part. No, these first 2 matches here, like, basically you turn around and say, top this. This is going to be a lot of fun here, this match, either way. This is going to be violent, but this is also going to be... I love how people are totally going after... Yeah, Zodiac, I totally got the Casey Jones reference right there. Should have been a hockey stick on the back, though. Probably more useful than Connor Bedard using one right now. Is this where we get another surprise? Someone will have to chase Stokely away? I don't know. Austin's Donnie? I don't know, where in that garbage can on the back of his... Oh, boast. Fair enough. I guess we go with that. Oh, and Austin's just saw his kid. Surprised Dax didn't try to go over and smack him or something. This is the only thing I don't like about this with FTR. Like, you're supposed to be dressed for a street fight, and this is not a street fight. Or you're not dressed for a street fight that is a street fight. What am I saying? But yeah, like tonight might be like I get that people are a little upset about what happened here in the first two matches for the conclusion, but realistically, a semifinal of a tournament, you don't want that to be the most memorable moment of the night. You want the finals to be the most memorable. You want all that going on. How's the pay-per-view going tonight? We might have had 2 matches of the year so far, PJC. Good to see you, by the way. Like Takeshita and Okada, a little bit of a lame ending to a lot of people, but I found it I found it rather appropriate. And the fact that it had storytelling leading into the next match, even though there's no interference allowed, there was sort of interference there with Fletcher and Mox. We also got the return of Ortiz tonight, helping out Eddie Kingston the pre-show against the Grizzly Young Vets. We also had Adam Cole making an on-screen cameo, giving a prediction of the C2, and hyping up the fact that you're going to see him a lot more in 2026. I wonder if it'll be behind a desk or whether it'll be in the ring. Either way, having more Adam Cole is absolutely a good thing. Stokely and FTR are perfect for each other because FTR like getting their egos stalked. Yeah. It was you could tell it's from his Twitch setup just because I've watched his stream a lot. He was giving basically a rundown of the C2 semis and finals and basically being an analyst kind of thing. But it was from home. It wasn't at the building. So Jesus. Farmer Austin ended up getting his head plowed in. And Austin doing the Darby spot down to the ring. By the way, NWF, good to see you here tonight. Appreciate it. And yeah, Stoke, I find it weird that they're together as a team, but well, that was water. It should have been beer, but I digress. He doesn't want to ruin You got Two Hearted IPA as your sponsor of the pay-per-view. Why aren't you using it as a weapon in this match? Hey, Stoke, you got to put both sets of legs up before you can do that, right? Stokely's so excited. Gonna try and do the pile driver. Oh no. Dax to the post. And Stokely's like, oh shit, what did I do? What did I do? And do we know why Cash hasn't brought a gun out for this? Did we check on that if guns are legal in Chicago? Like, I know we said we pretty much ignore the laws there, but... Could you imagine them doing that onto the table from there? Guns aren't legal, just nobody cares. That's exactly what I mean, right? The only problem is you do it here and you end up getting, you're recorded on TV, right? Well, that'll ring your bell a little bit. Why are you cheering the White Sox? They're the team that sucks in town. At least choose the Cubs. They did something. Oh, it's like how the cat. No. Let's not worry about these guys pulling up anytime soon, please. That was nasty. I love every second of it. Thank you, Zodiac, for that. Ugh, what a great night so far. We're only an hour in. Well, 2 hours in if you count the pre-show. Like, those first two matches just... They take the adrenaline in you and just absolutely carry you for a good while there. Moxley won, so we're getting Okada Moxley for the final. Absolutely fantastic finish. Fletcher went for the screwdriver, which Okada took out with him. So now he didn't have any extra weapon to go with him. He panicked. Moxley managed to get both a paradigm shift and a Death Rider in. And then managed to get in the Bulldog choke to the point where Fletcher passed out. Nice wheel kick. Ooh. Hard shot on the side there. What is Stokely up? Oh, God. Again. Catholic jokes are a little stale. Should I say Catholics, politicians, potato. When it comes to that. If I'm going to get canceled, I might as well get canceled all the way, right? Well, belt upside the head. At least it's legal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, looks like we got it home. Oh, God. Here we go. And that's why he was right on his back. An extra little bit of protection is always a good thing, right? Isn't that what they always say? All right, that worked. Especially if you don't want to feel anything. Ugh. Well, the Spanish announce table finally gets attacked instead of the English one. Oh. And Juice is bleeding. Who bleeds more tonight? Juice or Toni? To me, that's one of the big questions. Yeah, somebody's got to come out and take out Stoke. If you're going to change this match around at all. I love the fact that a lot of people are like, yeah, you don't have to build a baby face here. Moxley is the baby face. Now it's gone into a quiet point here, so. Oh, there's another bird. Oh, he's trying to do the Indian Deathlock. Cash couldn't get over there in time. That was hilarious. Well, do all your fancy shots, and Cash is just going to come behind and hit you with a chair. Makes sense. Now they got into this deathlock here. And the thing is, a rope break doesn't do anything here. See, honestly, I'd be doing a crossface right now. I thought the ropes weren't supposed to be a factor tonight. Oh, here comes Cash. Was that supposed to be a double hit or a single hit? Either way, that was not. But he did drag in the fire extinguisher just for that reason. Well, that'll break the hold. So now we've gone into the... All right. We knew this match wasn't going to be at the same level as the rest. And Stokely takes out the referee. Turner again gets spanked. Oh, what hoe are you going to get, Stoke? Somebody's going to hoe you up real quick here. And Stokely runs away quickly. All right, well, that'll work. little bit of steam taken off of that, but I wonder if this crowd's just waiting for the next big spot. It feels that way in a little bit of a sense here. Half the crowd's cheering, half the crowd's cheering. Say a juice. They don't know which way to go here. Stokes eating that table. Missed the table. Oh my God. Well, there goes that idea. Low blow. Is it just me or did that get a very contrived very quickly there? Shouldn't have been, but it was. They hit it just the way they should, but what are they going to do to finish this? I think Austin legit is hurt. Maybe not. That is not a good way to get pinned off that pile driver. Can anybody say popcorn fart of a finish? Like literally feels like a popcorn fart of a finish. This crowd's like,
What the hell is that?
like maybe it's just me, but this FTR run right now is just, it's not catching right now. Like, don't get me wrong, FTR is one of the greatest tag teams ever. Just, yeah, that was a popcorn fart of a match. I will be the first one to say it. All the credit to everybody participated, but there were so many things that were missed on it. There were so many story points that just don't feel like cares. No one cared about this match. Everybody's just going to, I hate to say it, but the tag title match is the pee break. It's turned into the pee break right now. After what you just saw in the last two matches, I think the mixed nuts match is going to be a lot different. Like, it's supposed to be the same kind of chaos. But this just, no. Like, I wonder if somebody isn't legitimately hurt at this point. They had a great story with Brodito, WL. Yeah, well, I understand wanting to kill stuff down a little bit, like what Mox did. And we all talked about it being like the worst, some of the worst stuff that we've seen. And let's not kid ourselves. Cope and Mox was absolutely pitiful. Sad considering AEW's tag division is what made him one of the first. Absolutely. They need to, when it comes to the tag division, you got to build somebody up. And the fact you're getting put together teams rather than actual established team. Like, let's face it, Juice and Austin are not the tag team. To be frank, on my end, I would have almost considered having Juice and Ace Austin as the team if you're going to do it. With Bobby Lashley being hurt doesn't help either. Yeah, that's a part of it. You got the hurt, you got the demand right now, the Gates of Agony. The Bucks, they say they're hurt, so they're not going to be able to work for the. I love the fact on Wednesday that they turn around and say they can't work for the rest of the year, when the rest of the year is a week and a half. I love this, that all these awards that AEW got from Sports Illustrated. Because it's a lot of stuff that, Sports Illustrated is not exactly into, isn't daily in and out of wrestling, right? And the fact that somebody who isn't familiar with wrestling is seeing what AEW is doing. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of the reporters do cover wrestling all the time. So we're going from one tag match to another. I guess they do have a ton of tag matches tonight. Because what? We got this tag, men's tag, the 8-way tag, the Mixed Nuts Mayhem match. Then the two championship there's 3 singles championship matches tonight. Like, the only other one you could do is Kid and Darby, and I think you're going to want to save that. I think you Kid and... Which way do you do this? You probably do Kid and Allen after this. And then you do the Mixed Nuts Mayhem after Okada keeps his title. I just want a good match out of this. For me, that's the biggest thing. I want a good match out of this. And the thing is, Athena has basically made her name in Chicago, even though she is from Houston. Or Dallas, sorry, I guess. Anybody from Dallas will swear when they say they're from Houston. But yeah, like having Athena here, which, like I said, she's made her name in Chicago before moving into NXT. You notice they couldn't get enough good indie wrestlers to with good physiques in Chicago to do the whole the man ram for them. Ha! That guy just almost got caught doing the dance. He didn't want to. What kind of gear? What's Mercedes got on there? One. Oh, it's just the number 1. I thought maybe she was trying to keep track of titles. This would have been a one-time wearing of the outfit. At least you got a women's tag team that's coming out as a tag team, right? I could start dancing, but, I don't think any of us want to see that. Now, good on Willow and Harley for getting these titles. I think as we were hopping on the stream here, we were all talking about how we would have liked to see it go a little bit differently, whether it be the Sisters of Sin getting through the finals, whether it be TJ getting to the finals instead of Toni and Mina. It almost didn't feel like they should have had it that way, but I don't feel we're going to get a title change here tonight, but we'll have to see how things go. At least we're getting some decent, we're getting tag moves here. Off the start here, having the champs work over Mone. Because you almost feel like Harley's going to be the one that gets beaten up here right away, but missed it. Okay. I thought that was supposed to be legit, and all of a sudden, nope. They missed. Who would have thought they were the favorites? Only maybe TK? Well, Monet didn't like that. Oh, schmack. Oh, God. Harley just keeping it. Oh, my goodness. Athena okay. Athena trying to make a statement. All of a sudden, boom. I think this crowd's still trying to recover from the last match. I would be careful with Athena Harley, to be perfectly honest. Oh, nice jab. I don't know if I've seen Harley as comfortable as she is right now. Like, even before, when you watch her in the ring, she just didn't have that level of smoothness to her when she was in there. Like, she was getting the moves in. She's figuring it out, but there's also that level of comfort as you're sliding along here and moving towards it, right? So sorry, just quickly, just had to check something there real quick, but who do you want to see the Babes of Wrath lose the title to? Do you want the title change tonight, or do you want another team? You feel another team might be lined up to do that? Like we saw Sisters of Sin get the win tonight. By the way, breaking news if you didn't hear, Hyan and Maya World got the AEW graphic tonight. So it is a bit of a Christmas miracle that we got a brand new women's tag team put together and basically brought out a necessity, and then now they turned it into a full-time AEW contract. Now, let me preface this by saying not that I don't think they deserve it. They absolutely do. Like, Hyan is one of the major stalwarts in the original Ring of Honor wrestling. And when I say original, I mean pre-AEW ROH. But you almost wonder if that signing is more of an FU to the other two that didn't decide they wanted to work. Harley with a nice right there. Like, this isn't your conventional breakout moment. That looked like a bit of a DDT that wasn't a DDT kind of thing. Willow is definitely going to be a world champion one of these days. She's just got too many it factors in her. Supposed to be a spine buster, but she realized quick. Really? Oh my God. What a counter on a counter there. Okay, Ospreay. Athena pulling out her Will Ospreay here, being the queen of the Y button here. I think Athena was trying to go for a face buster there, but Willow just crumbled. But Athena hitting those two counters in a row there, I don't think anybody really expected it. Oh, the straps came down. And just a pounce out of nowhere. Harley with a hot tag? All right, let's go. It's a bit off the... Oh. Sling blade off the hair. Like, that wasn't a regular sling blade. That was a pull of the hair there. Even Athena was a little pissed about that. This might not be good. Oh, here comes the Tower of Doom. What goes up? Ha! That was awesome. Athena's like, no, no, no. She's going to hang on. You're not dealing with that. Okay, Harley, I see you. Double crucifix bomb there? That was new. You see Harley too? Yeah, I'll give you that. That was actually pretty cool right there. And Mercedes, oh God, okay. Finisher hit, kick out. This is not good. Because usually once a finisher's hit, you got, you're basically done at that point. An old face out of nowhere. Oh no. Are we getting a title change that we didn't expect? Willow having the Tucker arm in on that one. I love how Willow knows where the hard cam is. Oh, and she made the mistake of trying to roll through that. Oh my God, Athena. There you go. You're just catching up, aren't you, Vic? Yeah, we're not sure ourselves. Yeah, Mitchie, I'm with you. There it is. That spot right there. That's where we get the little malfunction at the junction. Crunched in the corner. I wanted to see one of them push the other out of the way to eat the shot. Willow going to the top? With all due respect, this ain't something we see every day. Oh, God. The crowd's starting to come back. I like this, too. Well, if you're going to get Athena over, that's how you're going to have to do it. And Harley flies in for the... Okay. Finishing moves, 1-1 now. Yeah, you can tell the crowd wants to get back into this right now. These ladies are putting in the effort, and they're putting in some good spots here. But it's taken them a full frickin' match to catch up from FTR. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm a little bitter about that, but my God, did that FTR match suck. I don't know if it's due to injury. We'll find out. Or if it's just piss poor execution. Here we go. Over the top of the doctor bomb. I love Willow's look on her face. There it is. Mercedes gets pinned again. That is an awesome finish right there. And the fact that Mercedes got pinned. And it's Mercedes that lost it. She's going to blame it on Athena, but Athena, this might be where the seeds start getting planted. Austin not being part at all was hella weird and bad. Yeah, like, I don't know whether it was the booking or the injury. If it's injury, okay, I'll give it a fair pass. But if it's not an injury, fuck, man. Like, that was just... And the problem with that is you always keep putting these ladies in this position where they got to try and get the crowd back. Whether it's because the match is so good that they're burned out the crowd, or they put some blood all over the place, or is it with... Oh my God, what a poster. There's another poster. Where there's a willow, there's a way. Oh my God. I'll give you that. We'll give a full clap. We'll give a cheer to that too. So they're gonna go Kid and yeah, I called this before. You do Kid and Allen right now. After that, you would probably do Okada Moxley. Okada Moxley, Mixed Nuts Mayhem. By the way, Fanboy Brian, good to see you tonight. Glad to see everybody in tonight. Like, I know there's some new people here, or people that don't usually get around a whole lot. Just a reminder, we do this every Wednesday and Saturday for AEW Dynamite and Collision. Well, most Saturdays or Thursday or wherever the hell they move the show to. But, yeah, we are here for Dynamite and Collision every week as well, so feel free to stop by and say hello then as well. Yeah, in terms of booking this card, like, I got a feeling they might even put Statlander and Hayter after this match, which I really hate when they like. The biggest problem right now in terms of the booking of the shows overall, and feel free to clip this one because this is going to... Nats, this is not an impromptu match. This was booked on Wednesday. We do have a potential of an art. Darby was hospitalized, but he magically teleported back out to the ring when oh, sorry, it was on Thursday because Wednesday is when Gabe called out Darby backstage. Or sorry, Darby called Gabe out originally, and Gabe called Darby out. Darby went to answer. And that's when Gabe put Darby in the hospital. Thursday, Gabe came out to the ring. Remember who you as you were, not what you'll become. Not as what you become. Glad to see Darby's getting his artistic chops in. Thursday, Gabe comes out to the ring and just puts over... Why the hell haven't I heard from Darby? Is it because he can't get out of his freaking hospital bed? Then all of a sudden, the lights go out, lights come back on, Darby's in the ring with the baseball bat. Gabe pieces out, and we get the match booked. Yeah, Darby, a day 1.5 guy. That's a nice term for it. The only impromptu match we should have tonight is from that promo from Kenny Omega. If we're going to get anything, it could be Kenny and El Idolo. Because Kenny came out after last Wednesday. They did a promo after the Holiday Bash match saying that the Bucks are no longer able to compete for the rest of the year, which, fool on you, that's a week. And Omega turns around and says, this give me an opportunity to take care of something I should have taken care of a few months ago. Which makes sense, right? So Gabe Kidd's still officially New Japan. Oh, he's got the Death Rider entrance too out of the back. Yeah, I'm really amazed that Gabe. Like, it's almost weird what happened with Gabe here in New Japan. Like, for those that don't remember, like, I know we talked earlier about matches of the year. If you're going to talk about match of the year for 2025, one match you do have to put in that conversation is Gabe Kidd versus Kenny Omega from January 5th in New Japan at the cross promoted show. Because in many respects, that was an absolute 30-minute insanely good match, especially considering that was Omega's first match back since getting sent out with diverticulitis. Like, realistically, this match should end in like a double count out. Oh, God. Darby's gonna die. Yeah, that is not pretty. Gonna be honest, absolutely it is. This is only going to be the first match of the feud. It's just a random match brought out. And I do have to say, like, you know, it sucks that we have matches like this in here. Like, of course, we gotta play it out and see what happens here. But this had the potential of being the pay-per-view of the year, and, well, to be honest, FTR threw that one out the fucking door already. Pardon my French. And the problem is, it's the type of booking that they always do, that Southern style booking. This is, Kris, put that fucking injury card on me and make sure I get to the match I want next week in 2K25. Yep. I completely agree with you on that. This is like, I don't care how bad I'm hurt. I am wrestling next week. This is like when Triple H throws out you have to put the person that's going to get injured in a match. Therefore, you're going to get a godlike card so you can pick up any immortal for free. So you know you have to do it. And Gabe pretty much almost kills himself. Still with blood and guts, even though it was on TV. I don't care. I don't mind blood and guts whatsoever. Well, there go those steps. Oh, goody. He's pissing on the crowd. That's always a great move. So that piece of steel there, if you're wondering, I think the reason they have it there is in case you're doing, if you don't have enough room in the corners to put the stairs, or you're doing like a cage match where you can't actually put the stairs around the corner. And Darby's bleeding. You notice that Juice and Darby are bleeding, but Mox wasn't. At least he wasn't intentionally bleeding. It was a chipped tooth. You know what's funny? And I find it's... Didn't know the steps broke like that. Thank you, Darby. Well, like we said, that extra pad is... that pad's there just for aesthetics, for more so. Well, Darby into the post, into the cameraman. Always great. Here's a hot take for you. The more I watch this, the more I watch last show, is it just me, or these more hardcore matches that they do? The more hardcore matches they do, the more they kill the crowd. Because like that street fight with FTR, yes, it could be just an FTR thing, but even now, like this is a lot of that random violence match. And this crowd, like, they were coming back after the women's tag. And now they're just back in to see what Darby... I love hardcore matches, but they really need... Yeah, like, that's the thing. You need a story. And I'm the same thing. Like, I hate blood. I hate violence overall. But if you give me a good story to go with it, I'll take it. Now you got both guys bleeding. And now you got Darby trying to get hepatitis by trying to, take a chunk out of Gabe there. And then you got Gabe Kidd, who doesn't know how to gig properly, apparently, because he's now bleeding like a stuffed pig. I love some color, but it needs to be the right match. If this was Dynamite, this would be working for you, but it's pay-per-view. On Dynamite, random color, okay, fine, we can work with it, but this is where your stories are supposed to this is where your story is supposed to end. It's bad enough we got an NBA fight tonight. Between New Orleans and Phoenix tonight. Like, this could have been a regular match that turned into a hardcore match after. We don't even know who Gabe Kidd is, relatively speaking, big picture. Fair enough. Like, we know that he was brought in as Pac's replacement while he was out injured. And apparently during the 10-man tag in the cage featuring Tanahashi there, that was where Kidd ended up getting taken out by Darby. Long-term story, that's where they're going with this here. And Kidd's back for revenge. And Knox slapped the arm of Kidd so he'd kick out on the 3. Did you notice that? But no one cares. Yeah, like... Count him out! Next! Next! Like, I'm not trying to say I'm hate watching it, but there's a lot more that we could enjoy more than this. Is he going to try doing another coffin drop? Darby. You know this is where you crash and fail, right? Oh, no, he got it. Never mind. Give us a double count out. Like, all respect to all the hard work that these guys are putting in and all the effort. Like, G talked about FTR running their course. I respectfully disagree. But I think Darby is running his course. Well, I don't think Darby's run his course. And what I feel is more so he's gotta evolve. It's not that he's run his course. He needs to evolve from where he is. He's a masochist ragdoll and there's not much more to him. Yeah, I get that. Okay, this is where the tap out happens. They have to do this. You look like Austin with a nose ring. Like, that just... All right, finish this. Thank God. Thank God. Thank goodness. Do we have something that... Do we have a... I gotta find a button that says next. Next. Like, you can tell the crowd is like, yay, you won. Yay, we got cool music. But yeah, we're done here. Well, like I said, he looks like Austin with a nose ring. Darby just doesn't look as bitter on the other side. That's all. We were talking about that earlier. We got into a bit of a discussion about HBK versus Shawn Michaels, where I finally turned around and said neither's the GOAT. If we were taking career and we weren't counting longevity, like we were talking about Adam Cole earlier, Adam Cole might fit into that situation of GOAT. We also got Samoa Joe that I feel deserves to be in that spot. AJ Styles. I think AJ Styles, more than anybody else, deserves that spot. I'm just hoping that they're not saying this is the final time in 2025 that they're going to be on TV. The match was fine. The bill was terrible. Top of the hour match on a Dynamite. Yeah. So they are going through all these stupid situation matches now. Like, they're getting all the violence out of the way now because the actual wrestling is going to close out the night. Like, is this just like an ECW match? Like, if you remember the typical ECW match, wrestling to start, insanity in the middle, wrestling move to finish it. Really feels like TK had problems filling out a card. Yeah, no, it's the one thing we talked about weeks ago. Hey, Brett, good to see you here tonight. Appreciate you. We've been having some fun watching tonight and been a little disappointed, been a little happy, all the stuff in the middle. That hasn't been a terrible show. Like the problem is the AEW standards are through the roof. Two-Hearted IPA, a match sponsored by beer. I love it. Yeah, we're having a good time tonight. Everybody's having fun here. For the most part. You know, we are doing a little swearing and cursing all over the place, but so yeah, going back to your earlier comment here. We talked about the Continental Classic being the best thing and the worst thing to be a part of the end of the year here. The best part is you don't have to watch day to day to understand what's going on with all this because you got all the you have all these round robin matches that matter, right? But the problem is you have so many matches you got to cover, you have a hard time getting anything else out in terms of storyline. We don't need this Mixed Nuts Mayhem match. Not saying it won't be good, but it reeks a lot. So let me take it to the other two tournaments that Tony Khan basically bases the C2 out of. The two major tournaments that aren't involving WWE, there's the G1. And if you go to PWG, where the Bucks came from, there's a tournament there called the Battle of Los Angeles. Now, both those tournaments, there's different formats to both. The mixed nuts, the G1 is very similar to C2 in terms of formats. The the Battle of Los Angeles is a 24-person 2-night tournament. Sorry, 3-night tournament. Where it's elimination in the main event is a triple threat, the final. So there's basically three branches of 8. Single elimination until you get to the final. It's a triple threat elimination match there. Now, the night of the finals for all 3 of these, and this mixed nuts match is sort of the conclusion to that, you would have the 10 people that did not make the semis in the G1. They would be wrestling in a 10-man tag on the pay-per-view, or on the night for the finals. For the G1, same thing. Because you got, just basically that's how you filled out the card, right? Just make it obvious. And if you look at this, you basically have Orange, Roddy, oh yeah, it's 4-on-4. So you got Orange, Roddy, Claudio. I don't think Pac's involved, but he very well could have been. In terms of the Death Rider side. I just imagine Roddy in character like, what the hell am I dealing with here? Well, somebody's a little excited. Roderick's so good at keeping a straight face. Absolutely. Like, some of the shit he's got to see. Like, let's face it. Like, some of the stuff that, the Conglomeration does is absolutely dumb. Like, listening to some of the stuff that Tony's been saying to his wife. Even having the wife do stuff to him. Like, you got to imagine he'd be laughing at it. But I'm with you. Like, a match like this really doesn't need to be here. But if anything, I would have taken the Kid Darby match and just put it next week for New Year's Bash. Because you can't tell me you wouldn't mind doing that on a Wednesday as your main event. But you can tell the crowd's back into it a little bit here. So they are willing to cheer. It's just, I believe it's under the category, just give us something. And Garcia just gets killed out there. Always good. Now, Claudio gets to take his time with Roddy. There's no time limits. Knox, what are you trying to do? You can't break it up. So this is 2 years in a row that Claudio's been screwed on the last match of the draw. If you guys don't remember, Claudio last year was pretty much locked into a spot until Commander ended up getting an upset victory. Thanks to the The help of Daniel Garcia? What? I think it was Daniel Garcia, the one that gave him the weapon, hid in his coat. Or no, it was Darby, I think. But you want to talk about somebody who's changed his gimmick up just enough, and like we were talking about with Darby just being the same guy over and over. Orange has evolved enough where people actually take him a little bit more seriously at this point from what he used to be. Like, he does look like he's actually giving an effort now a little bit, but he can also throw in just enough slough spots like he's going to right now. Oh, never mind. He actually did hit a punch. Where's Jay White when you need him? Oh my God, here we go. You were talking about Roddy trying to keep a straight face? So that's how you do mixed wrestling without having actually any physical contact. That was pretty cute right there, to say the least. Ah, good old Yuta. Wheeler Yuta is the Dom Mysterio of AEW. Except he don't get no wins. Just everybody finds it cute to just boo the crap out of him. So what do we got planned at this point here? Oh, here we go. I like these spots. Shafir's even getting involved. I love it. This is like class for the Death Riders. I love it. You know, Shafir's not doing a single thing right now. Oh, Nigel, you let the dream die. Well, we got 2 down. Now here comes Mark Briscoe. He's probably going to get the same treatment. He pulled his punch on Marina and he's going to pay for it. Quit being a damn gentleman. Start. Adam Cole be so proud with the pose right there on the camel clutch. What, did Marina not want to get involved in the kick there? That's no fun. Now we got to get Toni in and do the same thing. Like, if we're going to do this, got to do it for everybody. Okay, that spot was off, but that's okay. Well, we'll give him one spot. And that one definitely was Marina's fault for once. Trying to go for a Kimura. Claudio don't care. As Toni nearly gets run over. Oh, no way. All right. A little goofy. This crowd's loving it. Yeah. This is a little bit of mayhem that just helps you get a little bit of the bitter taste in your mouth of the last couple matches. Goofy wrestling for life. Let's just... See, if you're going to have these ultra competitive, ultra crazy matches, this is the kind of match that you want to have as a precursor, a little bit of a libation break for you. And this is why you do like the 10-man matches at the G1 and what they did for Battle of Los Angeles. Because it's a change of pace. And the crowd can, enjoy it instead of being on the edge. They can just see what goofy stuff's coming up next. But one of the biggest stories going into the coming out of the night is going to be the Death Riders one way or the other. Wheeler's got more hair than Toni, so I think it's fair game. Toni just unloading those Germans. I love it. And here comes Marina again. Oh my God, Lost in the Woods. Claudio just said that's enough of that. See what I mean? Like, this is the kind of match we need. Oh, God. Toni just get launched into... She could literally get launched into orbit here. Oh! This crowd is on its feet! Oh, man, the crowd wants this so bad. See, this is the whole different reaction. Storm Zero Garcia. And Wheeler steals a pin. Oh, no, Tony's getting this pit. Oh, God. Wheeler's dying for this. Jay Jala! See, you get Toni to pin that one. That's way different. Lucky Wheeler, exactly. But you tell the vibe in this match? This is what the crowd needed. Like, this was an awesome match. This was an awesome bring the crowd back match. Like, as we get into this, we got, if I do remember, we only got 3 scheduled matches left. And from here on out, it is ultra intense for the rest of the night. Because we got, what? Better than I thought it would be? Absolutely. And feel free, like, this will be a clippable moment eventually. Watching a match like this proves Simon Miller right all the way. The fact that Goofy Wrestling for Life is exactly what we need. This is the kind of match that we needed to break up what turned out to be 2 matches that are absolute, how do I put this politely? 2 matches that basically ended up being pre-Dynamite garbage. The FTR match was stale and boring. Orange getting his spot in. I love it. The Darby Kid match was like, all right, we're just going to randomly throw you guys into a death match. This match is the breather we all needed. And it's good to have this because didn't think that it was garbage. I just think I think it was garbage. Okay. We're getting a TBS title match on Wednesday, aren't we? Wow. Yeah. One swear word is all you need to load that up to a new level here. I love it. So then you go women's, Continental Classic, men's. Okay. As much as I'd like to see the women's match main event here, this one doesn't have the build for it. Like, they've had a couple weeks to try and build this up, but it hasn't felt like it needs a build. They do need a main event sooner than later, but just this one doesn't feel like it. If it had a little bit more TV time to breathe out a little bit. But yeah, eventually I do want to see that main event scene for the women here. Because they do have the roster for it. It's just, I think they're honestly waiting for Mone to get through everything that they're doing right now. So we got another, at least the ad breaks are sort of matching up a little bit with the matches. Last wrestler with a singles win over Kris Statlander. When was that? That's got to be a while ago. But yeah, folks, once again, we got an hour and a half probably on the book left. Once again, just want to say thank you all for being here. Whether you're watching over on the YouTubes or whether you're watching on the Twitch. If you're watching on the YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button and the like button as well. And if you're watching on the old Twitch box, make sure you're following if you haven't already. And if you really like what you see, maybe consider subscribing. Amazon provides a free one. And if you, for until January 2nd, gift subs of groups of 5 are 35% off. So. Statlander wearing a straitjacket or a trench coat? Looks more like a... She is the Cosmic Killer, but I'm just not into pop... I'm just not into pop culture enough to know exactly what reference she's going with there. But you know what? As much as there's been a lack of build in this is going to be a hell of a match. This is another one of those matches that, you know, you don't need a lot of build just because you know who they are. In terms of it being a good match, and being in terms of a championship main event caliber match, you do need that build a little more. But I think we all know this is going to be a great match. You know what? I would never put up a post from an account that has trolling in the username. Ooh, Lily threw her out of the ring. A little bit of a trade-off with each other here. Is that Alicia Silverstone in the front row there? Few too many tattoos for that, but... You can tell this crowd is ready to break out for something. Both ladies going for finishers right now. And here's the problem right now. You're going face-face in this matchup, and you really don't know which way to go. You don't know if you should be cheering one face or the other face, or... Statlander's starting to get her feet underneath her as a competitor and a personality more than anything else. I just reposted the picture of Monet staring at the camera after she swore. That could be a very useful meme eventually. But yeah, there's a bit of a feeling out phase we're going to have in this part of the matchup here. Oh, nice move by Stat there. And then just did that leg drop. Like, yeah, this crowd is into it. They just want to see what kind of story's starting to develop here. There's nothing scarier for a wrestler than hearing silence in a 10,000 seat arena, right? Like, as a streamer, you can talk to yourself for a while because you know you got your VODs coming up and whatnot. But when you got 10,000 people literally in front of your face, you know, Statlander's moving kind of slow tonight. I think it's more intentional than anything else. The only thing I'm noticing more than anything else is, do you notice that the knee braces are gone? I think this might be the first match that Statlander hasn't had the knee braces on for. So it very well could be the fact that she's moving a little slow. Just a little tentative. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's had them off for a while now, but I always noticed Statlander was wearing those two knee braces after surgeries. We're head hunting tonight. Yeah, well, if Hayter wins it. Now the crowd's starting to fire up a little bit. Because they know these ladies aren't bringing it. That's the thing. Like, this isn't half the rosters in concussion protocol tonight. Wouldn't surprise me. Half the rosters in concussion protocol, and Strong and Shafir in couples counseling tonight. You gotta think Tony Khan has recognized that sound when Roderick and Shafir were in there. Like, the fact they want to see it. It's just who's going to have the guts to have the first the first intergender match. Like, we've had intergender interactions. Like, what we did tonight was absolutely fantastic. But to actually have a men's versus women's match, Toni takes the cover off the table, or Jamie takes the cover off the table because she can't, or else she's going to fall on her head there. I love how Aubrey comes around. Hey, Kris, you okay? Meanwhile, she's with her legs right over her head, leaning up against a post or a guardrail. It wouldn't surprise me if they changed the title tonight. It really wouldn't. Hard clothesline in into Exploder. So now that you can see some wrestlers getting some momentum, and it's just wrestling moves. It's not like they're not doing anything overly stupid tonight. That's the thing. Love how Statlander showed the world, yes, pin me. Got the leg up right away, just left it up there for it. Like, Stat has had a decent resume with Mone and Strom. Like, basically took out the big two. But it's almost to the point where nobody actually expected her to lose the title in either one of those matches. This might be the first time where people actually consider that the title might be changing just because it has been a decently long title reign. Like, still 3 months is nothing to shake your head at. Shivani's talking about the shoulder not being covered properly, giving out the technical aspects. That is saying I do not expect that of Tony Schiavone. Not going to complain, but it's just something I normally don't hear out of the person that goes more by feel than by move. Now they're starting on low bombs and this crowd's ready to go. Ushikoroshi. Running lariat. That's the move that she's won a few matches with. That running sliding lariat. And it's a great pitting combination, and you go straight into the cover off that. The thing about Statlander is the fact that she can't get pinned on the ropes, so it's not exactly the worst thing in the world to do, but now Hayter's trying to take advantage of it here. Don't worry, Mercedes will be the second one. That's funny. I thought they were going to bring up Britt Baker in that multi-time champion. But gets cut off because of the move, right? Think we were chanting Green Bay sucks? Well, it's the one year that the Bears actually did something useful this year, so. Kevin Owens would be Kevin Steen would be absolutely upset right now with the fact that the package pile driver did not get a win there. That's supposed to be a concussive move there. Stat going to try a 450 now? Baltimore just got an interception. Bears win the North with a Green Bay. Okay, fair enough. See, and for me, I'm still hoping that the Bears can get the the Bills can get the number 1 seed, but it's got to take like 4 different things to happen. Thing number 1 just happened today with the Texans beating the Chargers. Essentially, the Chargers have to lose next week to the Broncos. Then the Jags, Pats, and Jesus! Go Jags. All right, Hayter's dead. I don't think that might have been. I think that was bad. All right, they're okay. If Jamie's getting up. Still finish? Nope. That could have been very bad. You're not allowed to win a title off with Psycho Knee. That's only Danielson's allowed to do that. Oh my God, Statlander faked. It looked like she faked going down. Irish curse backbreaker there. Statlander just said, nope, I'm taking you over. Like, they're pacing this match out, which is fine, but. This crowd is just not clapping along with Stat. Now they are. Took a little bit of time there. Typical Chicago crowd. Hey, oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, we're supposed to clap now, yeah. I always say that because they never get to cheer for the Blackhawks. Yes, I know it's your former team site. Did you hear that? No way. Well, there's a hashtag steal my move. I appreciate a good steel finisher. Nice little 2K25 steal your finisher. They wouldn't be so bad if Bedard was like dead. All right, this is where it's going to end right here. There's going to be a. They're both in the corner. This is that fourth quarter little push here. Really? Wow. Okay. Really good match. Well, the thing is, like, you got two powerhouses just literally going at it left, right, and center here. You know it's going to take one shot eventually to do it? Win if you dare, survive if I let you. Is that sort of the way it's supposed to work here? The thing there is nothing. Still think Willow's the one to throw stat. It would make sense. I honestly feel the way that things are probably going to work out. Statlander, Willow, Mone. Because Mone won the NJPW title off thanks to Mone. I think Willow returns the favor. That very well could be your all-in match for next year. All right, Perry and Ricochet, that'll be a lot of fun. Monet and Nightingale, oh my God, could you imagine if Nightingale took that title off Monet? I don't think it'll happen. I don't think they want to run as many champs. Yeah, I want to go to Omaha, Nebraska for New Year's, folks. All right, here we go. Continental Classic. And it's sort of apropos that the champion gets to defend. Yeah, there are so many stories involved in this that it's going to turn out to be a ton of fun. So now both Fletcher and Takeshita are pissed off at Okada. Could you imagine Moxley winning it tonight? I want to see Omega come out tonight and go after Callis just to get rid of him. There is no interference in the final, but just a nice little dash of we don't want you here. He's never faced you. Of course he hasn't beaten you yet. Even the greatest of all time have to fall eventually. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun, folks. I expect Okada to continue winning, but that pop for Moxley at this point. Gotta love the tooth lisp. Is Moxley just a guy that you'd want to run through a wall for? The last time he said that, isn't that when Hangman did kill him? I love the fluorescent red, by the way. I want to hear the reaction of this crowd coming out here. Is he going to get the same? Is he going to get a hero's pop? I think there might be a possibility. And Renee's like, yeah, my man lost a tooth. He knows how to fight. Now, when you go back to the beginning of this tournament, like we all had our prediction. Like I said point blank, I thought it was going to be Okada Takeshita in the final. I was one match off, which fine. But if you look at it, Did anybody actually think it was going to be Okada Moxley? I don't know if many people would have picked that for the finish here. And I'll be honest, this one almost feels like it's going to be Okada. So, not Moxley at least, absolutely. Like Okada, I think it almost was even money with thinking about Okada getting to be in the tournament. Like in the tournament, being the defending champ, getting the fact to go to the final again. I love how Shivani's playing a little bit of seeds too. Not that he really needs to, because we're going to hear Takeshita. We'll probably hear about Takeshita on Wednesday. It would not surprise me if Joe retains that the first person we see Wednesday night is Konoske Takeshita. Actually, it would surprise me a little bit because he's probably leaving for Japan. He's probably on the way to the airport on the way to Japan right now. We'll probably won't see him for a couple weeks here, to be honest. Which isn't bad. We got our next pay-per-view is in March. So it's not like we're in a big rush to get anything really set up. There is no excuse for storylines not being built up for the next pay-per-view, to say the least. This crowd's firing up for Moxley. They're warming up pretty good to him. Shout out to Justin Roberts getting that down so well. All right, Stefan, you're getting to step up. Normally we don't see you in these big title matches. Another Green Bay sucks chance. Anything happen in the football game again? By the way, I want to give a shout out to all the content creators that actually made the trip to Chicago for tonight. Like a lot of people that I've talked about online that are some of the best reactioners, the ones that I watch the most. Like Mini Portable, Deporticus, Wheezy Blonde, they're all down at they're all in Chicago right now for the pay-per-view. And just outstanding real people. And I'm really happy to have, of course, I'm in another country, so I don't get a chance to drive that far. So Bears NFC North champ. All right. Good job, Ravens. You showed up after you finally lost your spot in the. Oh, that's right. The Ravens still got to play. Because the Ravens still have a shot at the AFC North. Like Pittsburgh has to win one of their last two, or Derrick Henry have full. Does Okada really want to shoot the bird at Moxley? Honestly, if they wouldn't have let Derrick Henry go tonight in terms of letting him work, I think Harbaugh might have been gone before next week. Because that was one of the biggest things that they said about last week against the Patriots. The fact that Henry was going absolutely apeshit over everybody until the fourth quarter when they decided not to use him anymore, when he probably would have been more effective. There was a lot of self-doubt Moxley, and that Danielson's hitting it right on the head right now. Wrestling! Yeah, he held it 4 times because CM Punk couldn't hold it for longer than 2 weeks. That was one of the piss poor booking decisions out of Tony Khan with the heavyweight title. He hasn't had many bad ones, but he definitely had a bad one when it comes to the CM Punk John Moxley little feud there, where Moxley won the title 4 days before the pay-per-view, just so Punk could win it at home. Like, a lot of people forget about that little detail before the brawl out, right? I do believe that was the same week as the brawl out. At least we got a story in this match. Mox's knee versus Okada just trying to rip everything apart. This crowd is like, no, no, do not let Okada win this. He got caught on that far side, and you could tell, like, it's a brilliant move by Moxley to extenuate it there a little bit. Sorry, I'm talking more about intensifying a story here than. Everybody's trying. Oh my God, the little kids even tell him he's number 1. God bless that kid. Moxley, but the smartest thing might actually be in the ring versus out of it. I know he's just trying to get some space right now, but oh yeah, you could literally rip out an entire leg with a good ankle lock. But every time Moxley fires up, Now we got that deathlock in again. Hey, speaking of Departicus in the crowd. Even with a little headbutt like that, it ain't doing much right now. Yeah, you do have to, like, that comment that just came up on the screen. Mox being a goat. JR, of course, putting AEW over. Oh, another DDT. You know, hitting Mox in the head might not be the best thing in the world. They're doing 50-50 here. I'm actually surprised a little bit. I thought it'd be a little more straightforward here. Moxley's not going to have much of a defense for anything right now, as Okada's just going to go straight to work. And this is how this match is going to take a little bit of time here. This is how you know the main event's going to be very fast-paced. Well, moderately fast-paced. With a four-way the way that it is, I don't think you're going to see anything. I don't think you're going to see the pace like this. But this is also a version of Japanese wrestling too, right? Like what? Quite often when you're dealing with like a New Japan or anything like that, you'll get a series of 2 or 3 or 4 moves that will be strung together, put into a sequence. Then you'll give the crowd a chance to cheer and clap and do whatever they want. They're very quiet during the sections of the match. It has changed a little bit because things started to get a little more Americanized now, but for the most part, if you hear a quiet crowd in Japan, you're not worrying about it as much. All right, here comes that elbow. He is doing textbook right now, Okada. This is where Mox has to turn things around right now, or else it's going to be over. Number 1. Well, that's one way to fix a middle finger. And Moxley is one of those guys that will literally break it. Oh my God, Moxley's eyes there. Nice little King Kong lariat. This crowd is just trying right now, but they know something good's coming. They're trying to save their energy for when it starts to pick up, because then they're going to go absolutely insane. There you go. There's your woos. This also gives Moxley time to recover, right? While he's dishing out pain at the same time. Moxley's ankle's hurting so much that he doesn't want to break the hold because he just literally can't. Is it bad to say for AEW standards it's pay-per-view? I don't want to say underwhelming. I'll say whelming. And I am gonna blame it on the FTR match and the Darby match. Take those two out of the mix, and I think this crowd's been all over it. And I think the idea that both those matches could have been on a Dynamite or a Collision make a lot of sense. Honestly, it'll be fun to see what, I get it's Meltzer, but it'd be nice to see what the Meltzer ratings are on these. And honestly, I don't expect it to be gospel, but I do think there's going to be a little bit of browbeating here in some ways as well. See, Twitter shitting on the Conglomeration match. Have you ever seen X not shit all over comedy? Like comedy matches? Because that's literally what that was. That's all they ever do. Whenever it's a comedy thing. That's why I call it shitter. Yeah, exactly. Like if you look at it, like, with all due respect, that Mayhem match is exactly what they needed. They absolutely needed that match to get things back into it. Because if you don't do that, then fun wrestling for life. Yeah, absolutely. But in the same respect, that crowd was dead. Like between the FTR match and the Darby Gabe Kidd match. I'm sorry, but this crowd needed something to get themselves back into it, and that's what ended up happening here. Like if Simon Miller needs an explanation or needs an example of how comedy wrestling is that much more of an improvement, or why it's so important, that's the way to do it. But here's the thing, you're not going to get the pin. The Rainmaker does not get the 3. Oh no, I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all being here. Like, we still got a match and a half left. They're probably going to give the main event half an hour here. No, I'll be the first to say, like, when it comes to online sentiment, you're never going to treat everybody happily. So are we going to cheap? Oh my God, we're going to cheapness now. And the crowd's cheering the nut shot. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I had to. It was just way too easy right there. So sorry. I don't know if it shifted into Moxley. I think it shifted into neutral. I think there might be a problem with the miking of the crowd here because I think they're probably louder than what they're actually at right now. Because you could see, like, every face is on this ring right now. Like, you look in the background, and normally you'd see, like, somebody on their phone, somebody talking to their friend, somebody going to the bathroom. There is literally not an eye that's not on the ring right now. That's when you know you got a crowd eating out of the palm of your hand. Like, this match is special. And I will say many of these matches on this card were very special. The women's tag was pretty good. The semifinals were absolutely insane. Statlander and Jamie, like, for two faces going at it, it actually was a pretty solid match, too. With wrist control. Paradigm shift on Okada. That's not going to be enough. That'll be a pin, but that won't be a cut. Could you imagine if that's a win? So quiet, I thought it was a 6-star classic with the Tokyo Dome. But you can tell this crowd doesn't think this is going to be it. There's been no crescendo point right now. Like, you know, normally a match will build up, right? Stolen Rainmaker. Hashtag steal a finisher. Another paradigm shift. And Okada picks out at 1. Holy Jesus, here we go. Ah! Mox is like, the hell with this. My ankle don't feel nothing anymore. Death Rider. Wow! Let's go, Mox! They're giving them the wrong title. They're giving the wrong title. Oh, good. Give him the right title. Thank you. I saw the handler have the wrong title in his hand. I'm like, oh, God damn it. This has got to be an upset. This has got to be an upset for a lot of people. Look at that graphic in behind. Hey, James, how you doing tonight? We're having a mate. Like, this is... You know what? Good on Mox. He deserves this. For this year... He had one of the... Oh, and here come the Death Riders. Uh-oh. I'm okay, but depressed thanks to the fair enough. Hey, you know what? You're in the playoffs. You're in the playoffs, and you might even have a chance to go play Chicago again. No Claudio, no Pac. Bear fucking down, absolutely. This is a hell of a moment here. That game was so pathetic, all I could say, what the fuck? Derrick Henry went beast mode and Harbaugh let him. From what I'm reading and what I've been told. That's basically what happened tonight. Derrick Henry went beast mode. Oh, there's Claudio. Are the Death Riders officially going face? They can't be. We aren't going to forget this. Like Moxley's run here for the entire year, for basically being considered complete shit at the beginning of the year. Claudio's just stone faced. Throw the swears up. No turn. Tell Daniel to hold my title. He's got his own handler for the title now still. Makes you wonder on Wednesday. But let's think about this. Like, the most outstanding wrestler of 2025 very well could have been a guy like a Kyle Fletcher, a Hangman Page. But your MVP for 2025 for AEW, and after March, I don't think I would have honestly ever said this. It very well could be Jon Moxley. Like, he held that title, and even though it was probably one of the craziest runs at the beginning of the year, including what people are calling about the worst AEW main event ever, in Cope and Moxley, with the Christian cash in and all that BS involved. But the way things have changed and the way that Moxley's story has literally grabbed the fans of AEW and just brought them in, it feels like Moxley very well could be the MVP here of AEW, period. Like, Hangman Page or Swerve Strickland can be the heart of AEW, but Moxley feels like the soul. I don't want to call him the heart because half the time his heart's losing blood. But as we get to our main event, as per tradition here, I want to give you guys a bit of a rundown of what's going to be coming up on the channel in the next few days. I say next few days because I don't want to spoil something for tomorrow. So tomorrow after Bills Eagles, we will be completing my 20th game for the year, which is the Pragmata demo. That's available on Steam. We're going to give that a try. Try it out. Yes, I know it's cheating to get to 20, but I need something that I can finish in a day. And that's what we're going to do. But once we're done that, we are going to be ranking all 20 games that I played this year and sort of give a rundown of what we did and also what we're going to be doing here going forward. Because there are a couple games that we're going to be getting involved with. And I'll let you guys know what we're going to be playing on Thursday because, well, Thursday's the 1st. So we might as well get started early. But I can tell you that next time we'll be back on YouTube and Twitch will be this Wednesday with AEW Dynamite New Year's Bash. We've already found out we're getting Jack Perry versus Ricochet. And we're also getting Mercedes Moné versus Willow Nightingale. And it appears we're getting Swerve Strickland as the Green Lantern tonight. Guy Gardner, eat your heart out. Guy Gardner, eat your heart out. But, folks, just a reminder, one last time. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe and the like button. If you're watching on Twitch, if you're not hitting the follow button, hit the follow button. If you really like what you see, consider subscribing. And until January 2nd, all subs are 35% off. So in Canada, they've gone down from $35 to $25 for 5. But whether you're here chatting, lurking, or having a good time, just here for a good time, thank you for being here. Really appreciate all of you. Just like we're all going to appreciate this main event because I am looking forward to this. Oh my God, the ring lights up. Folks, I never knew I needed a ring more than I do right now. I didn't realize I need a ring as much as I do right now. Now, do we get anybody else out in a superhero gear? Shout out to DC, by the way, because, you know, now that DC has been bought out by apparently Netflix, or, sorry, Warner Brothers has been bought out. Now, Hangman just coming out as a cowboy. You don't have much for it, so. Is there really a cowboy gimmick in DC? Like Ghost Rider is about as close as you can get, but I think that's a Marvel property, actually. Now that I think about it, because it's in Tokon. But I can't think if there's a cowboy gimmick in DC Comics. Another off-world for Batman or something, an Elseworld. Part of the multiverse, I don't know. And here comes MJF. Champ comes out last. That's Don Callis' music. Well, he's got ladies out there, so that'll work. I hope Alicia's not jealous. Swerve once again more over than the HR man, yeah. All-time great. You know what the true all-time greats are? They're the ones that don't have to tell us that they are the all-time greats. So not Bret Hart. Exactly. Now you got it, Zodiac. No, basically when it comes out and saying that you're better than me, then fine, because you're just trying to get yourself over in a match. But if I'm considering myself the greatest ever, yes, I know I'm trying to dig myself out of a hole I can't get back out of, but that's okay. We're okay. We can work with this. But yeah, we still got, what, 25 minutes we're going to be able to get through on this match? MJF more over than the HR man? I think the first couple title defenses for, well, I think Hangman was the end means to an end. And we're starting to learn that it was more Moxley than it was Hangman that basically carried that feud. And that's what we were talking about earlier, like Moxley being the MVP of AEW this year. It's funny, they're saying that Joe had to compromise his principles. No, he had to live up to his principles. Because this is pretty much the principles he had. Chicago! Can MJF kiss that ring? It's Bandito. I got a feeling they're using keeper rings now. Because it reminds me of the old Battle Bowl for WCW way back in the early 90s. Essentially, the way the Battle Bowl worked is it was a 16-person tournament. It was a 32-person tournament. My apologies. First round was a blind tag team tournament. You got randomly put with somebody else. You had to wrestle your match. Winner of that team got put into the Battle Royal. Then the winner of the Battle Bowl out of that, like, basically it's friends off when you get to that. I love the fact that Hangman's got his Blue Sky account on there, not his shitter account. But once you whoever won the Battle Royal got the Battle Bowl ring, and they got to keep it for the entire, like, it was theirs. The home of Tito Ortiz. You guys remember when TOT showed up in TNA? There's some old school thoughts for you. AEW is so lucky, really, realistically, if you look at it. They have so many wrestlers available. Like they have the Mox, they have a Joe, who basically are, in case of emergency, break glass in terms of champions that people will believe. So yeah, we got a 4-way. We got about 20 minutes left. And this is going to be a very interesting match to see how we're going to line up here. Because I think if you had to plug into a game, MJF is considered a heel, so it's 2-2. But in many ways, we have two faces, a tweener and a heel. But this very well could be the retribution for MJF after losing said title in that very interesting title run that he had. That ended at World's End after, up until Mox and Cope was one of the worst. Full Gear was one of the worst booked title matches ever. If you guys don't remember, that was the night that Adam Cole was going to face Jay White for MJF's title with a broken ankle. Before MJF said, no, I'm okay, I'll still do it with a bad knee. Well, that fixes that problem real quick, says Joe. Now I realize this is just going to be early right now. I do like the fact that Joe is just trying to keep himself in the ring and keep himself being the guy that's gonna. If you're gonna win the title, you're gonna beat me for it. Oh, the good old Swerve dance. By the way, apparently, if you guys aren't familiar, if you were around a couple weeks ago with the MJF promo when he did cash in his diamond ring, he didn't tell anybody about the P. Diddy incident or anything. The P. Diddy comments or any of the promo stuff he was giving out. He just went out there raw and did it. So apparently last week was a bit of a receipt for what happened earlier. There's your Dougie. Oh, I absolutely believe it was cringe and sucked. I didn't think MJS was that much better. It just, it's not that it was good. It's just we know the why now. That's where, you know, TK needs to rattle things up and just say, look, we don't really need that. It was right to censor except when they expected to have a face reaction. Yeah. Oh, I'm completely with you. Like, I get it what they were trying to do, but it just wasn't the right thing to do. Now that we know all the details that happen, it's just, it doesn't make things much better. It's just the fact that the promo didn't make a lot of sense because they have to realize they're facing each other, not just MJF. Here comes the Heat Seeker. Nope. Oh, that was a little awkward swerve stomp, but got the job done. Maybe too much tanning oil on him. Okay. That was pretty cool. Swerve and Hangman on the same page, and now they got to face off. Is this the greatest rivalry in AEW history? I'd almost think you'd have to think it'd have to be. Yeah, it was like we said, like the way they told the story, how long they told the story, what they had to do to include the story. Hell, they made a YouTube channel with 1 million views last week because of it. I mean, last week, Wednesday. Like the only feud that we could probably compare it to, Mariah and Toni. And that's a far second place. Deadeye from Swerve. There's a clothesline now. Try to go for a buckshot now. Hits it already. Oh my God, watching Remsburg just dive to the mat for the first count. Joe is going to try, like Swerve already got hit with the lariat. Oh, to hell with this. Joe's like, no, we're going to fix this. And MJF just decided to get in the way. Well, we're going to get this spot once a match. Joe is probably one of the most fundamentally sound wrestlers around, period. Like in terms of what he does and the crispness and how he does it. Like, let's face it, that Unbreakable 2005 match probably involved 2, if not 3, of the most fundamentally sound wrestlers ever. With AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and Samoa Joe. Like, it's amazing how we find out now that Christopher Daniels was supposed to be the higher power before Vince ended up being it. Backbreaker to powerbomb. Nope. That's like a tilty whirly power slammy. I don't know if there's a better way to put it. Tilty whirly power slammy. Swerve is a special talent. Like, Joe just eating Germans everywhere here. And MJF literally getting the oh shit. Angel's wings. That wasn't even a real Angel's wings because normally the Angel's wings come down in a pedigree style. Jesus! It is amazing watching Swerve and Hangman work together. Like, we're not going to get a whole lot of opportunities to see this for a while after this, I think. Especially with the fact that they're both essentially good guys at this point. You could probably switch one on the top of a dime, but... This is like MJF's first little addition to this match. He hasn't been involved at all tonight. Oh, that didn't look good. That was a camera thing. That wasn't an MJF thing. Blocked off the heat seeker again. And out of nowhere, rocket launcher diamond cutter, right? Oh my God, right into the armbar. MJF had to get that changed out because it almost looked like there wasn't going to be a kick out or there wasn't going to be a tap out by either one. But if that's the case, Hangman doesn't tap out to an armbar or doesn't pass out to an armbar. I love these. I love this crowd. He's our scumbag. No, he's not. Oh, we know what's coming here. Get out of the way, Remsburg. Get out of the way, Remsburg. Get out of the way, Remsburg. I saw that one coming a mile away. Just from where Swerve was standing. Nice reversal. Like, these guys are absolutely killing it tonight. Ah! These guys are just unloading bombs at this point. Like, this is awesome the way things are lining up. Who would have thought that Swerve would have been the one to miss the kip up instead of the Hangman? All right, this crowd knows that they're on their way home now, so... Struggle for verticality. Funny part of saying, get it, guys trying to get up. What a shot. Shout out to Adam Cole, baby. Panama Sunrise. No, that was a Panama Sunrise, not a Canadian Destroyer. Thank you, Excalibur. Playing out the classics. Dead eye, dead on. Well, somebody's eating this lariat. Or not. Here we go. Isn't this back to the Death Rider story? Why we all hated it? And Hangman kicks out and Joe's in shock. Eddie Kingston's got to show up here, right? Nana, you look like a big pork chop to Hobbs right now. Oh, here we go. Hook. Get your ass on the floor. Here's the difference. And here comes MJF to steal it. But you can't kick them out anyway. It's a triple threat. What are you doing? Crowd sort of just said, what the fuck are you doing? And just... No, he's thinking DDT. No, better yet, just powerbomb the piss out of him. Joe don't go down that easy. No, you almost got to feel that MJF's going to steal this one. There he is. Or does Hangman pick it up? There's MJF skulking around the other way. Kick right in the nuts. That's how he steals it. And there it is. I think we all thought it. Most of us thought it. Based on all the stories that were going out, like the storylines that were going out in the summer, it almost feels like taping on MJF's story just took a little long. So this is how they played it up to fix it. Got his title back, but I wonder if Booby's going to show up here tonight. I don't know if it'll be tonight or if it'll be Wednesday. I honestly feel that, after they're done Bandito, Bobby Lashley's the next guy up. So we crowned 2 new champions tonight in Jon Moxley and MJF. Yeah, that was a very good ending to it. I do think we're eventually going to get Swerve MJF. I almost want this to run all the way to All In and let Ospreay win the Owen to beat MJF, just to repeat what they did 2 years ago out in Wembley when right Victor, right direction. Yeah. Danielson's just so unimpressed about it, but I think we're all happy about it. Well, I'm sure we'll hear from MJF. We're always going to hear from him first. But yeah, now we got MJF as a champion. We already know his first challenger is going to be Bandito in 3 weeks' time at Maximum Carnage, January 14th. And we fade to black at this point. So, once again, let's give it a little rundown of the show here real quick before we've been at this for just over 5 hours now. So, my thoughts are tonight, this had the makings, and I still feel like this had the makings of the best show of the year. And you had a lot of good pieces in there. The Continental Classic had so many good stories. The The women's title match needed a little bit of simmering, but still, Statlander and Hayter, two phenomenal athletes. The men's title match, promo sucked, but they could have, those four are going to put on a good match. The women's tag titles, giving Athena and Mercedes something to sink their teeth into and giving the Babes of Wrath a little bit more of a vote of confidence. You had the mixed nuts match, which, hey, it was a sponsored match. I think in many ways that match saved the show. Not that I think any of the matches were having a hard time, but the rest of the matches, like, the only complaint I have about tonight, and I think we talked about it all night here, FTR, Bang Bang Gang, just, it almost felt like it stuck in first gear a little bit too long. And it stuck in second gear, and all of a sudden it stopped in second gear. And it just didn't feel like there was that crescendo of a main event there. And then, honestly, Darby and Gabe, it's a Dynamite match that felt like video game wrestling to me. It's a match where you just literally go to the Play Now on 2K25, pick random wrestler A, B, and put them in a hardcore match and let them go. Yes, I know there's backstory, and we talked about the backstory during the show, but honestly, it felt like that match really didn't need to be there, and it killed the crowd. 3 F-bombs tonight. The Mox promo was very well done. I feel there's a huge shift at the end of the year. Absolutely. That's the thing, Vic. Like, and here's the funny part, and let's put this to scale here, because we're going to talk about wrestling in general here on another stream here, especially when it comes to AEW. This show, if AEW put on what? They put on 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they put on 8 pay-per-views this year, not including the ROH ones. This one here, I would say maybe fit into the 5, 6, 7 category in terms of ranking, in terms of quality, because of those 2 matches. But the goddamn standard's so high. And where they're going with it, like, the overall caliber of the show does not change the fact that the ending of the show turned out really well. You had Moxley winning essentially in a face turn in a tournament. You had Statlander establishing herself as a winner over a very game Jamie Hayter. And you have a brand new AEW men's world champion in MJF. And as long as his promos get reined in the properly way that it should be, I think you're going to have a very good reign with MJF. And I think MJF being the face of the company going forward for a few months. Pay-per-views are vile, no denying, but they need a different approach for I think, here's the thing, and like I said, we can talk about this in general later, but when it comes to the $40 pay-per-view, and I am not going to doubt Tony Khan for doing it, because you need to make money on these shows. He's not going to change out of the pay-per-view model until some organization, whether it be Netflix, heaven forbid, if they buy WB, whether it's HBO Max, whether it's some other TV company, unless they're going to cover the costs that they get out of, unless they cover the cost of what the revenue is going to be on the pay-per-view, they ain't changing nothing. They need to cover it, so. MJF is exactly who AEW needs as a champ. Everyone since he lost has felt transition to an extent. Save Mox at times, which have more valleys and peaks. That's fair. I want to see where they go with this. I want to see, like, who's the one that's coming after him after Bandito? I want to see, like, if Bobby's in shape, I want it to be Bobby. If it's not Bobby, then who? That's the thing. There are a great number of people, but there needs to be a story around there, and it needs to be more than the toilet humor that MJF does all the time to his opponents. Do I think MJF deserves to be the champion? Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Lashley will be involved with MJF. I wholeheartedly feel that MJF needs to be... I want to see Bandito win, and all of a sudden... Facts are a very smart idea to give him a strap now while the E struggles to entertain. I think AEW is officially the cool kid. They've been the cool kids on the block for about 6 months now. The bloom has really come off the rose ever since WrestleMania. And literally, if you guys watch The Simpsons, shout out to everybody who does. If you watch the episode when Mr. Burns was trying to win the election, and he had the three-eyed fish, and the fact, basically to throw a long shot here, he always promoted that his power plan is great for everybody, everything's clean, he should be the governor, blah, blah, blah. Got to the point where Lisa Simpson was smart enough to capture one of these three-eyed fish and force Mr. Burns to eat in front of the cameras, so basically he's chewing what he backs up. When Mr. Burns takes a bite, he spits out the fish, and literally they're saying that before it hit the ground, he lost the campaign. WWE lost the favor of wrestling fans. Travis Scott's entrance at WrestleMania. I'm going straight up right there. From that point on, everything just feels disconjointed and absolutely what the fuck moments all the way down the board. But having MJF as your champion right now, there's a definite direction that they can go in, and a very positive one at that. Zodiac's mentioning Bandito, then Omega, then Lashley. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And MJF's going to have a feud with someone on the Callis family. I think right now Omega's going to be with El Idolo for a while. So that's why I think Lashley should be there. Probably throw in an O'Reilly, a Cassidy, or Strong. If Kyle is in shape, do you run Kyle with MJF or do you run Kyle with Moxley? Because O'Reilly has got the wins over Moxley. And Moxley was never able to beat Kyle O'Reilly. Just saying. I don't know. Run Kyle with Mox, but it feels like they're running Mox face. You could still do face in that. Because once again, it's all about competition, right? And honestly, Mox could turn into a dick the next week, and I don't think anybody would really worry about it. Mox might be a good little feud with MJF too, if need be. I think that would be a little later kind of feud. MJF Speedball, all these matches that we could get, we could absolutely come up with an absolute barn burner list of matches for MJF and people that he should face. And I honestly feel that that might be a list I might have to come up with. Wonder what new thing might be coming up with that, but I'll just throw that for that. There are so many different ways you can attack this when it comes to how the ref books MJF's run. You know what? I might even do that. The only thing about that is, do we want to do it before or after? Boot up the Fortnite? I'm actually going to tap out tonight. We got I got a lot of editing to do tomorrow, and we got our final new game of 2025, which I'm cheating on to do. I know you're teasing, but looks like you're probably not going to get a Fortnite done this week, just because. Well, just because I have to work 36-hour shifts starting Monday morning. So, yeah, we're going to be running through there. And then Wednesday's Dynamite, and Thursday's going to be a brand new game, which I will be teasing a little bit tomorrow with our roundup of all 25 games or 20 games that I played this year. So, but you know what? I think Johnny and Marissa are still hanging around yet. Let's see if they are. All right, I'm going to send you over to Johnny and Marissa. Make yourself famous here. Next time I'm going to be on is tomorrow. Probably after Bills Eagles. If it's not on TV, I might be on a little sooner, but we'll see. YouTube friends, we're going to wrap you guys up tonight right off the bat here. Thank you once again for being here. Next time we're live on YouTube is Wednesday for AEW Dynamite. Always appreciate you being here. But as remember, whether you're lurking, whether you're chatting, or you're looking for yourself for a good time, thank you for being here. Truly appreciate it. And always remember, be part of the solution. And we'll see y'all here next time on the Mike Drift Twitch channel. Take care.